Chapter 654. Take this. Do Yu's incarnation was at Tao Realm 27 Transformation, 2 worlds seamless. It could rip open space and teleport and jump through space. Even if she was unparalleled in battle and had many methods, but at the same realm, she was still not Gu Chencha's match. That all techniques returned to one realm was still destroyed by one punch from Gu Chencha. She had no choice. To probe Gu Chencha's secret, she could only raise this incarnation by one realm. Now, I will use my 7 hearts. At that moment, Do Yu used the Rage Fist, Sadness Fist, Evil Fist, Worry Fist, Grievance Fist, Terror Fist, and Ninja Fist. This extreme ancient witchcraft fist had exceeded the changes in power and the shaking of space. It was all activated by one's heart. The stronger one's heart was, the stronger one's strength was. Where the Tao was, one's heart was. When one was filled with killing intent, the ground would flip. This fist was several times stronger than the drill from before. With the 7 hearts merged into one fist, the strength wasn't as simple as 7 times. The highest fist technique of ancient witchcraft, the 36-heart fists, transcended the realm of magic power. It was not the power of the world, but the heart of all living beings. It was different from the path of Buddhism, the path of the devil, and even the path of the Son of Heaven. In the demon path, it was said that the strongest was the primordial heart demon. It was placed deep within the hearts of all beings, and as long as they weren't wiped out, the heart demon wouldn't be destroyed. This ancient witchcraft 36-heart fist, if one cultivated it to the highest realm, 36 hearts in a one could reach such a realm too. Gu Chencha had seen the Rage Fist and Sadness Fist before. The Rage Fist was passed down to the 10th Prince Gu Zhensha by Mr. Foam. The 10th Prince cultivated it, but the effects were minimal and he didn't get much out of it. The secret of this fist was to do everything in rage. The angrier one was, the stronger the fist technique would be. It had already exceeded the realm of using power. The sorrowful fist was the ultimate art of the great eunuch, Eunuch Wang Bei. He was the patriarch of the everlasting hatred demon sect, one of the 36 demon sects of the demonic path. The most precious technique of this demon sect was the sorrowful fist, and he was also a divine level expert. This person had now become Gu Huansha's right-hand man and was completely obedient to the immortal master. Naturally, this wasn't considered a rebellion. A long time ago, Wang Bei was already a subordinate of the immortal lord. Now, he was also under the orders of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Gu Huansha was also the daughter of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. This was also equivalent to loyalty to the royal family. It was just that he wasn't loyal to the calming immortal department. From an outsider's point of view, even if there was a conflict between Gu Chencha's Department of Tranquility and Gu Huansha's Celestial Designer Institute, it was an internal matter of the Gu family. Regardless of whose hands the emperor ended up in, it would still be the Yonko and the Gu clan's world. Do Yu's fist arrived in front of Gu Chencha. Raging waves, 7 hearts harmony. In an instant, the Rage Fist, Sorrow Fist, Evil Fist, Worry Fist, Resentment Fist, Terror Fist, and Ninja Fist ignored all defenses and killed their way into Gu Chencha's heart. At this moment, Do Yu's body was at the 27th transformation of the Tao realm, seamless 2 worlds. When he activated it, he had the ability to tear apart space. Along with Do Yu's unparalleled battle techniques, once he activated it, he was pretty much invincible in the same realm. Pung. Gu Chencha also punched out. There was nothing fancy about it. It was as slow as a tortoise, clumsy and laughable. However, there was an eternal intent of a foolish old man moving mountains within it. When the 2 fists clashed, Do Yu's seamless 2 worlds clone shattered and exploded once more. Misty, you think you can defeat me with a mere cultivation level of 27 changes? You're underestimating me. You'd better increase your cultivation level. Besides, there's no need to use the 36 Fists of Heart. It's incomplete and doesn't suit you. You should use your own Tao. After Gu Chencha's fist crushed Do Yu's clone, he said once more, I think that if you want to force out my potential, Then you have to raise this clone to God realm, Tao realm 30 transformation, world creation realm. Then you can use the power of the world to suppress me. This is because even if you raise to the 29th transformation and comprehend the chaos realm, you are still using power and you can't do anything to me. Very good. It seems like your cultivation has reached a peak. Since that is the case, then I won't waste any more energy. I will directly raise my realm to God realm. Yu nodded his head. In the blink of an eye, her clone's cultivation base skyrocketed, from the 27th transformation to the 28th, 29th, and then finally to the 30th transformation, world creation realm before it stopped. You have to think carefully. Now, I won't use the 36 heart fist. Instead, I will use my own Tao, rise and fall, a feather in the sky, riding the wind in the 9 heavens, carefree in the world. At that moment, Yu's aura changed. Gu Chensha seemed to be able to see a feather casually floating in the air amidst numerous waves. It could do anything and was always carefree. Then, heaven and earth shattered and a calamity rumbled. Everything was destroyed. The sun and moon sunk. Time twisted, and yin and yang were in chaos. But that feather still rode the wind, carefree and independent of the world. It didn't belong to any heaven and earth. It didn't merge with anything. It was absolutely independent, and it monopolized everything. At that moment, Yu seemed to be indestructible and didn't belong to anything in the world. He just looked on coldly from the side. This kind of independent temperament, and the feeling of not being affected by all tribulations, made Gu Chensha feel like a true hermit expert. The carefree immortal Tao, the naivety of the great Tao, and the freedom that all people dreamed of. A feather in the air caused tribulations to ripple, drifting casually and independent. Yu's Tao was true independence. She didn't rely on any power, didn't rely on the world, didn't rely on the heavenly Tao, and didn't even rely on fate or tribulations. She did things her own way and didn't care about anything. This was an emotionless Tao, a Tao of liberation, a Tao of freedom, and a Tao of lightness. This was Yu's true ability. This was also why she was #1 among the 3 celestial sovereigns in magical combat. Amazing. With this, even if Yu doesn't have any miraculous encounters, she can still become a celestial sovereign in the future. Gu Chansha suddenly felt like time was passing infinitely, or perhaps infinitely stopping somewhere. The future had all disappeared, as if life had been eternally fixed at a certain moment. The universe had disappeared, and all that was left was Yu floating over, as if she could point to the one and only. In the depths of his heart, he actually couldn't form any thoughts of resisting. This was because Yu didn't make a move. Although it seemed as if Yu's fist was an attack, the truth was that she was displaying her own Tao and was interrogating Gu Chansha. If Gu Chansha didn't resist, then he would be assimilated by this Tao. Once he failed, he would become a worshipper of Yu, and it would be difficult for him to progress any further. In almost an instant, Gu Chansha was about to be lost within. But Gu Chansha seemed to have already expected this. His thoughts began to change. He didn't use the power of a dimensional realm. Instead, his entire body fiercely shook. Then, a tyrannical and magnificent majesty swept out, as if it could sweep through the world. This majesty was like the supreme might of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor, like the overlord of the heavenly Tao. Because of this, Yu was like a freak that wanted to jump out of his control. Heavenly Tao, transformation, talisman fusion. Behold my heavenly talisman transformation. At this time, Gu Chencha's entire body had already disappeared. Instead, he had transformed into a talisman. This talisman was the color of sky blue, for ancient words appeared on it. Receive the mandate of heaven. This was the heavenly sacrificial talisman. Gu Chansha had actually transformed himself to the limit, turning into the heavenly sacrificial talisman. This could be said to be the pinnacle of transformation, the pinnacle of the great Tao. Originally, Gu Chansha had devoured the primeval Dragon Gate talisman of the Martial Emperor and transformed into the primeval Dragon Gate. Its power was endless. But now he had half of the heavenly sacrificial talisman, and he had cultivated the heavenly Tao art. These days, he had been studying the essence of one Senshi's miniature world tree. Among them, the leaves of the miniature world tree were operating in imitation of the heavenly sacrificial talisman. Now, his understanding of the heavenly sacrificial talisman far surpassed that of the ancient emperors, let alone the half-baked Wu Dankong. Therefore, he directly used the transformation art. The heavenly sacrificial talisman transformed to suppress Do Yu's Tao. The heavenly Tao was the king of all Taos. All Taos belonged to the heavenly Tao. As Gu Chansha suppressed it, the heavenly sacrificial talisman wrapped around Do Yu's incarnation. At that moment, Do Yu's incarnation's strength seemed to have increased by several times. The power struck the heavenly sacrificial talisman and actually wanted to break Gu Chansha's transformation. At this moment, the two of them had truly begun their strongest confrontation. If Do Yu was able to break through Gu Chansha's transformation, Gu Chansha would suffer a crushing defeat. If Gu Chansha suppressed Do Yu's incarnation, then it would be tough for Do Yu to get to Heaven Venerable Realm. At this moment, the two of them were already in a stalemate. They had to determine the victor. Gu Chansha could only force himself into a corner to be able to use all his potential. At the same time, he would force Do Yu to the extreme, and then he would be able to see all of Do Yu's secrets. Break! Do Yu's incarnation's realm actually increased once more. She reached Tao Realm 31 Transformation, Creation Realm. A huge tree appeared beneath her feet. The branches and leaves of the tree spread out, seemingly covering endless planes and time dimensions. Boundless connate numinous treasure aura flashed on it, and it could condense any existence that one could imagine, or even unimaginable. Hongmeng Tree. Gu Chansha knew. He activated the heavenly sacrificial talisman's transformation, and the only thing that could go against it was Do Yu's transformation into the Hongmeng Tree. Honglong. Do Yu's body transformed into the Hongmeng Tree, and she stood on the tree branch. Her hands formed a Tao mark, and it was as if she was standing at the highest point of the universe, and everyone was below her. She punched out fiercely. Kacha! This attack struck deep into the heavenly sacrificial talisman that Gu Chansha had transformed into. Instantly, something deep within the talisman seemed to have been destroyed. It gave off the smell of jade shattering. This seemed like Gu Chansha's own will, but it also didn't seem like it. Chapter 655. Previously, when Gu Chansha refined the all-mammoth shattering cudgel, he had obtained the source of power. He had even almost deduced the location of the God of Might's true God position from the remnant information in the cudgel. If his realm increased again, he would be able to truly know where the God of Might's true God position was. Then, he could set up an altar to summon the God of Might and obtain it. A true God position was extremely important to any sect. It was almost comparable to a sect's most precious treasure. Even the current Communist Department didn't have a true God position. However, although he refined the all-mammoth shattering cudgel, he didn't refine the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence. Compared to the all-mammoth shattering cudgel, the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence were much more powerful. They contained the supreme essence of Buddhism and were the origin of Buddhism. They might even be the key to opening the Buddhist Paramitha, Golden Mountain. Gu Chansha used Do Yu's power to refine the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow turned into a small Fu character that kept swimming around his body, giving him endless power. It was like a carriage with only one horse being added to it. Naturally, it was full of power and was light and nimble. After refining the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence, his spiritual sense skyrocketed. He actually peeked into some of the mysteries of Do Yu's primordial tree. Of course, he couldn't peek into it completely. However, just by peeking into it, he benefited greatly. If he carefully comprehended it, not only would he be able to improve the world tree, but he would also be able to make a breakthrough in his realm. He would reach the crucial step of the 27 transformations, the seamless two realms. After refining the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence, Guchinch's cultivation doubled. He shook the air again and broke Do Eu's incarnation. What a guy! Do Eu withdrew his incarnation, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You can actually transform into the heavenly sacrificial talisman. More importantly, this talisman is extremely similar and has the power to command the heavens. It forced me to use the primordial tree's transformation to resist it. Very good. You cunning kid. Did you obtain part of the primordial tree's secrets from me? Same here. Guchincha said, you've also learned a lot of secrets from me. If my guess is correct, you did it on purpose just now. While I was refining the dissolving bow and the arrows of permanence and impermanence, you used a mysterious force to place some kind of restriction on the bow. You even sense this? Do Eu's expression turned serious. Since that's the case, it's obvious that you've already dispelled the seal. It seems that I've underestimated you. That's how our cooperation is. You get benefits and I get benefits, right? Moreover, the mysteries of the Hongmeng tree that you activated just now are nothing compared to the mysteries of the Hongmeng tree that the three heavenly masters have grasped. For me, it's just some trivial essence that I've comprehended. How could Guchincha not know what OU was thinking? Although this woman was surprised on the surface, the truth was that she had everything under control. If he didn't use the power of his dimensional realm, then he would still be at a disadvantage in a battle of wits and courage. Your cultivation is at the 26 transformations of the Tao realm, 10,000 techniques returned to one, and yet you were able to defeat me. You've already reached the 31 transformations of void creation. Such strength is simply unheard of. It can be said that at the same realm, this incarnation of mine can easily defeat 4 or 531 transformations gods. In other words, your current combat strength is equivalent to 6 or 731 transformations gods. Do Eu is estimating Guchincha's combat strength. I don't care about combat strength. Guchincha said, since ancient times, battle prowess has always been depleted, but production prowess has always been endless. The reason why divine-level experts are divine-level experts is because they possess the world's power. If they develop the human race and manage the empire, the production prowess will be extremely tremendous. This is the crux. Your foresight is quite accurate. Do you could already tell that Guchincha had a profound understanding of cultivation. He had already planned out his future path step by step and was unshakable. He had already planned out his path and firmly believed in it without the slightest doubt. It was as pure as a void crystal, sparkling with light. It was extremely terrifying. Do you had never seen someone so determined and pure about their future cultivation. In her opinion, Guchincha had already planned out his future cultivation. It was just like bending over to pick up stones, bending his waist with every step he took. Even she herself was unable to break through to the heavenly master realm. Sometimes, she would doubt her own perseverance towards her future cultivation. But Guchincha didn't doubt it at all. This was terrifying. If there's a chance, I must cut this child down. Do you truly wanted to kill him? We cannot allow him to grow any further. Right now, this child has 2 explosive points. The first is that he can reach the 27 transformations at any time. That is a massive breakthrough, and once he breaks through, his combat strength will increase by a great deal. The second is that he can perceive a divergent at any time. Once he does, he can use the mind of a divergent to control the heavenly Tao laws. It is truly terrifying. Do you completely understood what Guchincha was like. This person's reserves were vast, and Israel didn't have the slightest doubt. He was unprecedentedly firm, and with the help of a dimensional realm, as long as he meditated a little, his boundary would rise steadily until he reached the God level. Do you didn't dare to cooperate with this child any longer. This was because once Gu Chunsha understood her secrets and knowledge, he would reach a critical point and suddenly explode. But she also wanted to find a chance to kill Gu Chunsha during this entanglement and use the immortal, slaying, god-punishing gore to defeat it. Only then would she be truly satisfied. To Do EU, Gu Chun was someone with limitless potential and also a huge treasure. She definitely wasn't willing to give up. This girl wants to kill me, and it seems like she's preparing to kill me. Gu Chunsha was really observant and had a clear grasp of the future. It was like billions of future changes were all within his grasp. He knew that he had defeated Do EU's incarnation, and that made her feel really threatened. He was only at the 26th transformation. 10,000 techniques return to 1. If he advanced to the 27th, 28th, or even 29th, then what would Do EU do? Gu Chunsha knew that the last 3 changes weren't any bottlenecks for him. The only thing was that advancing to the God Realm would be a huge obstacle and a bottleneck that was tough to break. However, even if he didn't advance to the God Realm, as long as he reached the 29 transformation and comprehended the Chaos Realm, it would be tough for Do EU to kill him. Each of the changes after the Tao Realm had a special ability. The 27th world, Seamless Tearing Space, allowed one to teleport and jump. The 28th transformation, Vacuum Crushing, used unparalleled magic to crush the void, extract the power of vacuum, and then condense it. It was like metal being extracted from dirt. When one reached this realm, one could create small artifacts like space rings. Of course, that was just space and couldn't be compared to a world. Although the world of a God Realm expert was called a speck of dust, it was actually really huge. Within, the 4 seasons rotated, time changed, sun and moon cycled. The land was rich, and it was totally independent. Meanwhile, this small space was deathly still. It could only store items, not allow creatures to live within. The level of space was worlds apart from that of a world. Even so, space-type magic treasures were in short supply among the rich and powerful families. However, space magic treasures created by Tao Realm 28 transformations, shattering vacuum, were very unstable and could be destroyed at any moment. Once they were destroyed, the items stored within would be crushed into powder by the power of space, and all living beings would die instantly. Only when one reached the 29th transformation and comprehended the Chaos Realm could one use such intent and borrow the comprehension of the chaos to stabilize the space. At that time, an expert who comprehended the Chaos Realm was just a step away from the God Realm. The space he created already had the shape of a world. Miss EU, you can continue to fight with me. I crushed your 31st transformation of Void Creation Realm Incarnation, and you can raise it to the 32nd transformation, One Thought Connecting to Heaven. This realm is really different, and you have touched the Saint Realm, the peak of the God Realm. I still want to fight. After Gu Chunsha refined the release bow and constant and impermanence arrows, his body felt really comfortable. His body continued to spin and his strength sped up. It was as if thousands of rivers were spinning. He was able to use the 26th transformation realm to destroy the 31st transformation Do EU's incarnation. This was a shocking achievement. Logically speaking, a 26th transformation realm cultivator facing a 31st transformation God realm expert would be wiped out with just a breath. There was a gap of 5 realms. Of course, this was the result of Gu Chunsha's Heaven Path technique merging with the Wanxiang Shattering Rod, the Release Bow, and the Constant and Impermanence arrows. Be it the rod or the bow, they were all really rare treasures. Not to mention the Release Bow and the Constant and Impermanence arrows. Even the Wanxiang Shattering Rod was a weapon that the ancient god of strength had used to sweep through many worlds and kill many strong existences. With these 2 treasures, he was invincible and didn't need to fear any God Realm expert. You are using me to cultivate. Do EU waved his hands. Moreover, I have roughly estimated your current strength. There is no point in testing you. Chapter 656. Forget it. Although you hide a lot of things, you won't give me any actual benefits. If I let you continue to train with me and raise my realm, it will be really problematic for me. Though you didn't give Gu Qinsha a chance. I know that you still want to borrow my strength to break through to the 27 transformations of the Seamless Realm. That way, your 360 common people generals can also break through to the same realm. At that time, your control over the world will become increasingly strong. The destiny, faith, wishes, and cohesiveness you will obtain will also become more and more numerous. I made a detailed calculation. If you make a breakthrough, then those great generals of common life will be able to increase the power of will of your dimensional realm by at least 30%. This isn't a small amount, but it is enough to change the heavens and earth, create a new universe, and break through a small thousand. Gu Chensh's advancement didn't just concern him alone. It concerned the common people's generals and also the world. In the past, a state governor was just someone at 5 or 6 Dao realm transformation. When managing such a huge place, it was hard for them to take care of everything. Now, those governors had reached above 7 Dao realm transformation, and there were even many who had reached 9 Dao realm transformation. However, there were many fortuitous encounters in the God continent, and who knew how many experts were born. There were many hidden experts among the people, and it was tough for the governors and local officials to maintain order and rule. If it wasn't for calming celestial department suppressing them, some ambitious people would have established their own mountains and called themselves emperors and kings. Of course, the common people's generals who had 26 Dao realm transformation and True Dragon Technique Stage 5 were no match for them, even if they had fortuitous encounters. They could totally suppress them unless they had really strong fortuitous encounters. If the common people's generals improved and could tear open space and teleport, then that would be amazing. They would help one another, and when they moved, they would be suppressed by lightning. Even God Realm experts would have to be careful. The 360 common people's generals who could tear open space were the true foundations and pillars for the Yonko that held up the sky. Gu Qinsha was clear about this, which was why he was eager to raise his realm. Moreover, he wanted to remove the obstacles for the common people's commander. With his own luck, he could also obtain fortuitous encounters. With regard to this point, his comprehension was starting to take shape. As long as he comprehended it himself, he would be able to break the restrictions of common people's commander's puppet not being able to have luck. He would be able to change and obtain supreme luck. The current situation was complicated, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. What a pity! Gu Qinsha glanced at Do Yu again. This woman isn't willing to exchange the secret of the Hongmeng tree with me. From the way she activated the secret of the Hongmeng tree just now, she has already completely grasped the essence of the Hongmeng tree that the 3 heavenly venerables comprehended. If I obtain it and use my heavenly Dao cultivation to simulate it, I will be able to advance almost immediately. The primordial dragon gate, the heaven sacrificial talisman, and the primordial mist tree are 3 great treasures that I can transform at will. If I split them into 3, wouldn't their power increase by several times? However, this woman is already extremely vigilant against me, so it will be difficult to obtain any benefits from her. Just as Gu Qinsha was about to exchange instigation with Do Yu, the sky suddenly darkened. What happened? At this moment, Gu Qinsha and Do Yu both looked up at the sky. Originally, the sun was hanging in the sky, but now, a layer of black ripples appeared on the edge of the sun. It seemed like a huge black hole that was about to swallow the sun. Another strange phenomenon? Black gas eroding the sun? Gu Qinsha said in shock. Every strange phenomenon in the sky was the beginning of a huge change. That's not right. Do Yu is also shocked. This isn't the black gas eroding the sun from the last time. This is the concealment of the sun and moon, the arrival of a great calamity, the arrival of an eternal night, the sign of the end of the world. The arrival of an eternal night? Gu Qinsha's heart sank. The meaning of the arrival of an eternal night came from ancient records. It meant that the light between heaven and earth would disappear, and darkness would forever envelop the land. This was the so-called sinking of the sun and moon. What did it mean when the world lost its light? First, all crops would lose their light and die, no longer able to produce food. Then, humans and living creatures would die in large numbers. Gu Qinsha suddenly began to calculate. In his senses, in the endless mountains, the sun that enveloped the endless world was struggling fiercely, but it was still being pulled into the depths of the darkness by an unknown force. It was unknown where the dark force that swallowed the sun came from. It seemed to be a mutation of the heavenly Tao, but it also seemed to be an inexplicable force. This kind of mutation, this kind of phenomenon, not even the three heavenly venerables or existences at the level of Wan Senshi were worth mentioning in front of it, let alone him. The sun that hung in the endless world could be said to be the condensation of the endless world's will. Who knew how much power and transformation it had gathered, even exceeding that of the boundless world? It was precisely because of this that the light of the sun could envelop the endless world, contributing light and heat. The land of infinity, the endless world, was the only thing in the universe, the many dimensions, and the infinite space. The great sun in this world was naturally extraordinary. Rumble. At this moment, just as the sun was about to be dragged into the endless darkness, a blinding light suddenly shone from the depths of the sun. Then, the entire sun shone with boundless light. Extraordinary light stacked on top of one another, dispelling all the darkness in the blink of an eye. Then, the center of the sun exploded with blinding light, like a comet, suddenly descended, and then disappeared. The whole world returned to normal. This, you could no longer hold it in. This is the sun resisting, activating all its energy to dispel the darkness, and then sending its essence into the world to save the world, to avert the apocalypse. This is a sign that the Lord of the Sun and Moon has appeared. I don't know who obtained such an invincible opportunity to become the legendary Lord of the Sun and Moon. Since ancient times, the Lord of the Sun and Moon has only existed in illusory legends. This is also our chance. As long as we can capture the Lord of the Sun and Moon, we can reach the supreme realm. Is the Lord of the Sun and Moon finally going to appear? Gu Qinsha frowned. This was not what he was worried about, but the terrifying scene of the sun being pulled into the endless darkness. If the sun was really swallowed by the darkness forever, and the eternal night descended, then the divine land and the entire imperial court would be doomed. Think about it. If the world was constantly in darkness, without the sun, moon, and stars, without light, how could people live? How could they produce? How could they cultivate? If they went out, they could not even see their fingers in front of them. How could the imperial court function? It was fine for 1 or 2 days, but if it was for a long time, the imperial court would probably collapse. Now that the sun was struggling with all its might, it finally regained its light, which made Gu Qinsha heave a sigh of relief. But he knew that it probably would not last long. Sooner or later, the darkness would explode violently, completely swallowing the sun, and the land of infinity would fall into the eternal night, never to recover. This was the scene of the apocalypse. If the land of infinity collapsed, with this as the center point, it could even radiate to the infinite dimensions, causing the universe to collapse, and all things would return to chaos. When that time came, it would be the true catastrophe. Not to mention the 3 celestial masters, even existences that were 10,000 times stronger than them would be annihilated. That was why Wan Senshi wanted to save the world. Wan Senshi felt that Gu Taxian was entangled with the heaven's will, speeding up the fall of the heaven's will. Therefore, he wanted to activate the great rite of salvation to save the heaven's will, kill Gu Taxian, and let the heavens will devour Gu Taxian. That way, the heavens would stabilize completely and turn into a brand new existence. As for Gu Qinsha, he naturally understood Wan Senshi's thoughts. But he was different from Wan Senshi. What he wanted to do was to grow stronger, hoping that one day he could help the Heavenly Talisman Emperor in his battle with the Heaven's Will. He wanted to help the Heavenly Talisman Emperor defeat the Heaven's Will, so that he could transform into a powerful existence once more. In other words, the two of them had chosen different paths. It was just like a war between 2 countries, where they would support the dragon that they believed to be the true dragon, and see who would emerge victorious in the end. The winner would be the king, and the loser would fall forever. Guqinsha, what do you think of the current situation? Why don't we search for the Lord of the Sun Moon together? As long as we capture him and refine the profound mysteries of the sun and moon within him, it would be a piece of cake for me to break through to the Empyrean realm. As for you, you can also quickly ascend to the High God realm. Do-Yu suddenly said. Is that so? Guqinsha didn't know what this Do-Yu was thinking, but since the Lord of the Sun Moon had appeared, he might as well capture him before he matured. This was also a necessary method. Otherwise, if the Lord of the Sun Moon matured and went against the calmness Immortal Bureau again, it would be a huge headache. One had to know that even though Zhuge Ye had become the Lord of 7 stars, he was still far from being comparable to the Lord of the Sun Moon. The cultivation speed of the Lord of the Sun Moon surpassed all other living beings. Even if they directly broke through to the Empyrean realm, they wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks. This was the Lord of the Sun Moon. He was an existence that had never appeared since time immemorial. Since the Lord of the Sun and Moon has come into being, he must have been blessed by an invincible destiny, Guqinsha said. How could we possibly divine the whereabouts of the Lord of the Sun and Moon? Where are they hiding? Do you have a way? I don't, but you definitely do. You know the heavenly Tao magic, Do-Yu said. If we join forces, we might be able to find some clues about the Lord of the Sun Moon. Join forces again? How do we do that? Tell me. Guqinsha and Do-Yu once again engaged in a battle of wits and courage. After spending so much time with this woman, he had gained quite a bit. At the very least, he had refined the release bow and the constant and impermanence arrows, which flowed endlessly through his body. He had also glimpsed some of the mysteries of the Grand Mystery. Chapter 657. The Lord of the Sun and Moon has come out. They've finally shown their traces. In the medium-class world of the sphere of people's wish, the 4 powerhouses who had already reached the god level, Zhuge Ye, Chang Weiyang, Tai Xuandu, Ji Qingwu, and Wen Hong, were constantly operating. Apart from them, many god-level powerhouses from Tai Fantasy Sect, Cosmos Mystical Sect, and Heavenly Dance Mystical Sect were constantly operating and breathing in and out in their own small kiliocosms. Their excess savings were exchanged through the World Tree Channel created by the Pacifying Immortal Department. The biggest advantage of Guqinsha and the Pacifying Immortal Department forming an alliance with the 3 major sects was not that they could work together to attack and defend, but that they could circulate their strength, just like the circulation of goods among the people. If a country wanted to become rich, it had to have convenient circulation of goods. Otherwise, even if a place was rich in goods, if the circulation was not smooth and the goods could not be sold, they would accumulate like garbage. For example, if a coastal area produced salt, there would be salt everywhere. It would be impossible to finish it, so it would be worthless. However, in the hinterland, many people could not even afford salt, so it would be expensive. As for iron and other materials produced in the hinterland, they could not be found in the coastal areas. If they could open up trade routes and exchange with each other, they could all benefit. This was the way of governing a country, and also the supreme principle of the balance between heaven and earth. Guqinsha let the 3 major sects communicate with his Pacifying Immortal Department to exchange and make up for each other's strength. As they operated, they all gained great benefits. A huge alliance was gradually born, especially on the sea. That small kiliocosm and small divine province had already been promoted to a small kiliocosm. They also communicated with the 3 major sects, and with the world tree as the foundation, the forces on the sea grew stronger and stronger. With this as a springboard, they could even attack the Great Wei dynasty. The eternal night is coming, the sun and moon will sink, and the world will change. I'm afraid it will be a great disaster. Chang Weiyang said, Is Guqinsha still fighting with Do-Yu? I know that this woman is unparalleled in battle power and has marvelous changes. She is the #1 subordinate of the 3 heavenly masters. If there is a chance, I would like to fight with her and see who is the one who has the hope of advancing to the heavenly master realm. Don't be rash. Tai Xian said. Gu Qinsha already found out that this woman can actually cooperate with the flying knife of the immortal slaying god-punishing gourd. It is unbelievable that even the 3 celestial venerables can't do anything to this woman. Just like my son Tai Mang Di, who obtained the Tai Pearl. At this moment, Tai Mang Di had already started to integrate with Tai Bead in Tai Fantasy Sect, seeking for a breakthrough. This was Zhuge Ye's guidance. Previously, the relationship between Tai Fantasy Sect and Tranquil Immortal Department was secretive. Therefore, Tai Xian even expelled his son out of Tai Fantasy Sect on purpose. However, now that they had formed an alliance, it didn't matter anymore. After promoting to a medium-class world, Tranquil Immortal Department had the power to protect Tai Fantasy Sect. Therefore, Tai Fantasy Sect was not afraid of the 3 Heavenly Lords. Now that the Dharma Saint had cultivated a medium-grade world, he started to gather the sage families and form a huge alliance, once again creating the Heaven Alliance. Wu Dangkong occupied a position in the Heaven Alliance and was almost on par with the Dharma Saint. His power was monstrous. The division of forces in the world gradually became clear. The alliance of 10,000 immortals headed by Wan Senshi, the heavenly sect of heaven and earth, the 3 heavenly lords, the Dharma Saint, Tranquil Immortal Department, and the Heavenly Craftsman Department, which was supported by the Immortal Master. Apart from them, there were the demons. These forces were very huge, and they were in a mess. Until now, the 3 sects didn't have any objection to forming an alliance. Instead, they felt that it was a wise plan. If they didn't form an alliance, they might be exterminated in the future. There are even some immortal sects who wanted to form an alliance with Tranquil Immortal Department and join this alliance. However, they were still undergoing assessment. After all, in the immortal sects, Tai, Universe, and Heavenly Dance were the second tier. The other sects were a bit worse. If they wanted to join, they would have to pay a higher price. The collective intention of Gu Qinsha and Tranquil Immortal Department was to consolidate this alliance first. When all the people were united, they would absorb other forces and strive for perfection. Otherwise, it would become a hodgepodge like the alliance of 10,000 immortals, neither fish nor fowl. The alliance of 10,000 immortals was formed because Wan Senshi had absolute confidence in suppressing all the heroes. Moreover, Wan Senshi's own medium-grade world had not appeared yet, and some forces such as his disciples were still operating in the dark. On the other hand, if the Dharma Saint Alliance was formed in the future, he would be able to gather all the great families in the world, which would be a huge force that could reverse the situation. In addition to that, the most terrifying thing was that the Dharma Saint had also contacted the Heavenly Demon Clan. In this way, he would have a power that surpassed Wan Senshi's. Many of the giants present were well aware of the operation of these forces. If Douyu were to use the immortal, slaying, god-punishing gourd, I would indeed be no match for her, but with my own strength, I might not be afraid of her. Nevertheless, I have to admit that this woman is a good opponent. I want to inform Gu Qinsha that if Douyu does not use the immortal, slaying, god-punishing gourd, I will fight her to the death. There is no hurry to win or lose, no consideration of gains or losses, just a quick death. I don't know if she is willing or not. If she doesn't dare to, then forget it. Chong Weiyang said, if she relies on magical treasures, it is impossible for her to become a real celestial lord. Chong Weiyang was very straightforward. She directly wanted to issue a letter of challenge, forcing Douyu into a desperate situation, and at the same time, forcing herself into a desperate situation as well. She was also a ruthless person. In just a moment, a letter of challenge appeared on her palm. A moment later, the space in Gu Qinsha's hand slightly broke, and the letter of challenge fell into his hand. Douyu looked at the letter of challenge in Gu Qinsha's hand, and his expression changed slightly. Chong Weiyang has issued you a letter of challenge. Gu Qinsha said, a battle of life and death. Both of you will use your own cultivation base to stimulate your greatest potential together. Hopefully, you will be able to reach the heavenly venerable realm. As he spoke, Gu Chansha handed the letter of challenge to Do Yu. Do Yu took it and opened it. Chang Weiyang's words appeared on it. A battle of life and death. Each of you will leave it to fate. Either you become a heavenly venerable, or you will fall into oblivion. How about it? Do Yu closed the letter of challenge and frowned. She was deep in thought. Chang Weiyang challenging her to a battle of life and death was already a form of coercion. If she activated the line, severing God, punishing Gord, she would naturally be able to kill Chang Weiyang. But now, Chang Weiyang clearly wanted both of them to not use any Dharma treasures and just rely on their own strength to fight her. This was a battle of seeking the Tao. If she showed weakness, it would mean that she admitted deep in her heart that she was not a match for Chang Weiyang. Then, she could forget about advancing to the heavenly venerable realm. If she were to fight Chang Weiyang, she would most likely not be able to execute many of her plans. Of course, if she agreed to fight Chang Weiyang, with the stimulation of this opponent, she might be able to directly reach the heavenly venerable realm. With her own strength, she was confident that she could beat Chang Weiyang. But she also knew that Chang Weiyang probably had other tricks up her sleeves. What do you think? Chang Weiyang stared at Gu Chensha. It is easy to get money, but it is hard to find an opponent. Gu Chencha's expression was really solemn. In my opinion, both you and Chang Weiyang have reached the Tao Realm 36 transformations. At the same time, you have comprehended the Supreme Tao and are just a step away from the heavenly venerable realm. Unfortunately, this realm is hard to break through. Once you do, it will be the difference between life and death. The heavenly venerable realm is respected by the heavenly Tao and isn't ordinary. The two of you are in a balance. In a battle of life and death, your chances are high. If you don't have the courage to give up everything, you won't be able to reach the heavenly venerable realm. But as for me, I definitely don't want the two of you to have a life and death battle. It is really dangerous. Chang Weiyang is the strongest person in our alliance. With her in charge of the medium-sized world and injecting power into the world tree, the strength of the medium-sized world can temporarily reach its maximum realm. If anything happens, our strength will be greatly reduced. We have too few experts, and we haven't even gotten back at one Senshi. I don't want us to fight to the death. That is the truth. Do Yu nodded, but I have to accept this battle. This is a huge chance for me. Didn't you say that Chang Weiyang obtained all sorts of methods from your calm, celestial division, and has a 100% chance of reaching the heavenly venerable realm? Perhaps in the battle with Chang Weiyang, I can pry into the secrets of your calming immortal department. That doesn't matter. In the battle, your secrets will eventually be revealed to our calm, celestial division, Gu Qinsha said. It seems that this battle is inevitable. I know what Chang Weiyang is thinking. She wants to have a life and death battle with me. First, she wants to force me to use all of my strength so that your calm celestial division can obtain my secrets. Of course, second, she wants to suppress me and reach the heavenly venerable realm. Third, there's a deeper meaning. That is, after your calm celestial division obtains my secrets, your magic power will improve by another level. Perhaps you will even be able to revive Chan Yuzhou. Do Yu stared at Gu Chensha, as if all secrets were in her grasp. It seems that your calm celestial division has lied to me. You don't have the secret to immediately reaching the heavenly venerable realm. Ha! Gu Chensha laughed. What are you laughing at? Do Yu asked. I'm naturally laughing at your shallow knowledge. Do you think that the heavenly talisman Great Emperor didn't even have the secret to reaching the heavenly venerable realm? Gu Chensha asked. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do Yu waved his hand. Since Chang Weiyang has issued me a challenge, I will accept it. 3 days from now, I will wait for her in the exiled world amidst the chaotic flows of space-time. We will fight each other with our own strength. We won't use any magic treasures or helpers, and we won't leave behind any incarnations either. Life or death will be decided in that battle. As for cooperating with you, we could talk about that later. Chapter 658. This gamble started with Chong Wei-yong, and Do Yu had no choice but to accept it. From this, one could see Chong Wei-yong's thoughts and boldness. Actually, the current situation was complicated and chaotic. Everyone should conserve their strength and plan. If they didn't need to attack, then they shouldn't, in case they were injured in battle and others could take advantage of them. But now, Chong Wei-yong resolutely challenged him. This was unprecedented courage. Gu Qinsha couldn't help but admire her decisiveness. It wasn't a fluke that she was able to comprehend the divergent. Gu Qinsha couldn't stop such a thing. He could only wait and see. The two of them chose to fight in the Lost Land. It was deep in the chaotic space and was the most mysterious place. It was perfect for the two of them to go all out. The gamble has been decided. Let's work together in 3 days. Do Yu seemed like he was going to prepare something. His body moved, and he disappeared. Gu Qinsha heaved a sigh of relief. The battle of wits and courage with this woman was huge, but it also caused his soul to grow rapidly. It seemed like it was just a matter of time before he broke through to the 27th Tao realm. The threshold of the 27th Tao realm was to gather spiritual power and tear open space. Gu Qinsha always felt like he was lacking that crucial bit of comprehension. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to comprehend the true secrets of the Hongmeng tree from Do Yu. With my current cultivation, I can't find the Hongmeng tree, much less enter it to observe, unless I cultivate to the God realm and use the power of a medium-sized world. Then I can pick some natural spirit treasures from the Hongmeng tree. Gu Qinsha thought about it, and the heaven path technique changed. In an instant, the courtyard was restored to its original state. The courtyard was originally made of green jade and was filled with celestial energy. Now it was covered in withered grass, and the entire place was in ruins. Gu Qinsha restored the courtyard to its original state. His body moved, and he left this place. He flew into the sky and looked to the divine land. The Lord of the Sun and Moon had appeared. The situation in the divine land had changed again. Many powerful forces were looking for the Lord of the Sun and Moon. Gu Qinsha was also eager to know who the Lord of the Sun and Moon was. Now, in this world, many people have had fortuitous encounters, but only I haven't. That's a little strange. Logically speaking, I have cultivated the Heavenly Tao technique. Thus, I'm a part of the Heavenly Tao. With just a slight push, fortuitous encounters will come rolling in. I will be able to obtain more fortuitous encounters than any other cultivator. Gu Qinsha quickly considered the matter. Grand Preceptor Wenhong obtained the Endless Cauldron, which could be said to be the strongest fortuitous encounter at the moment. Even Gu Qinsha's subordinate Yuan Lu also obtained the Heavenly Dragon Zither. Although she was captured by Wan Xinshi, the Zither had already merged with her. For the time being, Wan Xinshi could not kill her. I wonder what my fortuitous encounter was. Let me see the future. Gu Qinsha hadn't had any great fortuitous encounters yet. He just sat cross-legged in the clouds, hiding and observing the changes. Countless pieces of information were being calculated in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, thousands of future paths were laid out in front of him. Even the slightest change in him now could cause the future to shift. After calculating for a day and a night, Gu Qinsha suddenly opened his eyes. All kinds of complicated emotions were killed and eliminated. His heart was almost like a clear void. It seems fate and destiny are not easy to control. Although I can peer into the future, I can only see a small part of it. If I truly want to change the course of the universe and forge my own bright future from a future that never existed, then I'll have to reach the 34 transformations and control destiny. Gu Qinsha was well aware of his own flaws. Once he formed the Truth Saint heart, he would be a saint. He would have his own truth and Saint Tao. At that time, he would be able to turn into the Saint Tao and suppress everything. After reaching the 34th transformation, controlling destiny, the saint could observe his own destiny and control it completely. When his destiny was low, he could use all sorts of transformations to increase it, making it even more exuberant than before. The ability to see and grasp fate was far from what normal God Realm experts could compare to. It could even change his own fate. The so-called fate energy was very mysterious and mysterious. Only sages could control it. I have refined this Buddhist sect treasure, the release bow and constant and impermanence arrows. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, next, I will head to the Human Dragon Guild to take a look. The Human Dragon Guild is getting stronger and stronger in Sin Province, and they're the front line against the demon. The second demon disaster might erupt at any moment. Gu Qinsha had a clone in the Human Dragon Guild called Fong Lin. He was the right-hand man of President Qin Han and slowly grasped the power of the Human Dragon Guild. That was because President Qin Han spent most of his time cultivating. Recently, he had a fortuitous encounter, and his cultivation base was rising steadily. He had comprehended many of the divine techniques of the Buddhist sect. Now, 80 to 90% of the operations of the Human Dragon Union were in the hands of Gu Qinsha. How long? It was a slight sound. Just as Gu Qinsha's Fong Lin clone was handling many documents, the power of his real body descended. After refining the release bow and constant and impermanence arrows, Gu Qinsha's understanding of the Buddhist sect had reached a realm of complete insight. He decided to take good control of the Human Dragon Guild. He wanted to use the power of the Buddhist sect to fend off the demon disaster without letting the teachings of the Buddhist sect spread and affect the ideals of the imperial court. Moreover, he sensed that some powerful existences were gradually infiltrating the Human Dragon Guild. They wanted to take control and obtain the secrets of the Buddhist sect. His clone could not suppress them, so he had to descend with his real body to suppress them one by one. Moreover, Gu Qinsha discovered that the heavenly demon race might have also changed and infiltrated the Human Dragon Guild. The heavenly demon race's transformation was extremely exquisite, especially when they transformed into disciples of the Buddhist sect. They could pass off the fake as the real. As the saying went, Buddha and demon were one. They could become demons and Buddha with a thought. With the help of the Buddhist sect, the Human Dragon Guild had become the front line against the demons. If they were infiltrated by the heavenly demon race, they would probably collapse in the future. As for the duel between Chang Weiyang and Dou Yu, Gu Qinsha did not want to interfere. If he watched from the sidelines, it might affect the outcome. He did not want Dou Yu to think that he was suppressing Chang Weiyang. The battle between the two was purely a battle. Both wanted to borrow the other's strength to break through to the Celestial Lord realm. In a battle of life and death, they would push their potential to the maximum. The Fong Lin that Gu Qinsha had transformed into was now in the depths of a huge Buddhist hall in Sin State City. Sin State City had now completely transformed into a Buddhist city. Since the eve of the demon disaster, all the residents and soldiers had been evacuated. Now, those left in the city were either members of the Human Dragon Guild, or those demons who had transformed into Guardian Vajras, or other adventurers and hot-blooded heroes who fought against the demons. Apart from them, there were also disciples of the Calming Deities Department assisting them. The Calming Deities Department was now the hope of the world. It was impossible to let the Human Dragon Guild support the overall situation alone. Suppressing the situation here would also allow them to gain the world's prestige. Deputy Guild Leader, this is our recent financial report. At this moment, a woman walked into the hall. She held a thick stack of documents in her hands. This woman's face was cold, and she was beautiful. Her name was Qing Shuiying. She was one of the backbones of the Human Dragon Guild and had control over the finances. Her cultivation was extremely strong, and she had a Tao Realm 9 transformation glass jade body. Her background was also clear. She was the young mistress of a second-rate family, the Qing family. Qing Shuiying had been recruited by the Fong Lin that Gu Qinsha had transformed into. She had another identity, which was that she was a disciple of the Calming Deities Department. However, she did not know that Fong Lin's incarnation was Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha naturally would not point this out. He had intentionally filled the Human Dragon Guild with many disciples of the Calming Deities Department. That way, he would be able to slowly control the guild from the bottom to the top. At the same time, he would be able to grasp the power of the Buddhist sect. Who knows, he might even be able to plot for the Permethon Mountain. Gu Chansha took the financial report and casually flipped through it. He grasped most of the data in his heart. He looked at Qing Xing and said, "Now, the Human Dragon Guild only has a few large sources of income. The first is from the planting of these protector warriors, the second is from business, and the third is to kill demons in exchange for rewards from the dynasty. These three sources are just too small. What other ways do we have to increase our income? For the Human Dragon Guild to become big, we need to have huge wealth." Deputy Guild Leader Qing Xing said, "The Human Dragon Guild is at the front lines of Sin Province and is at the edge of the demon calamity. If we want to run it ourselves, it will be tough, unless we use strength to crush the demon race army, using war to raise war and obtain huge benefits from the demon race. Defeating the demon race is easier said than done." Guchen Sha said, "The whole world can't do anything about it. Moreover, we are able to guard here now because of the guild leader's Buddhist statue. It can unleash the power of a god-level master and directly enlighten a large number of demon race army. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have been defeated a long time ago." "The guild leader hasn't appeared for a long time," Qing Xing said doubtfully. "If he is not here and the demon race attacks, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to resist. I don't know about this." Gu Chunsha shook his head. At this moment, suddenly, a few beams of golden light descended and a few people appeared in the main hall. The person in the lead was wearing a golden red kasaya. This kasaya seemed to be embroidered with countless scriptures and images of Buddhas. It was a supreme treasure, even more precious than the primordial rare treasure. This person in the golden red kasaya was the guild leader of the Human Dragon Guild, Qin Han. There were 3 people beside him. They were actually 3 bald monks wearing kasayas. Of the 3 bald monks, one was an old monk, and the other 2 were young monks. They all looked dignified, and their bodies gave off immense Buddhist energy. Lord Guild Leader. Gu Chinch's eyes were cold, but he did not show it. Instead, he bowed to Qin Han and said, "You actually came back? What was his cultivation now?" Chapter 659. This is the means of the heavenly demons. The masters of the ancient heavenly demons have finally appeared to infiltrate the Buddhist sect's Human Dragon League. My guess was right. The ancient heavenly demon clan and the Dharma Saint have teamed up to launch Project Spirit Demon and cause the second devil disaster. This time, the intensity of the devil disaster will be far greater than the last. Even if the tranquil immortal department cultivates a medium-class world and contacts the 3 great mystical sects, we will probably be annihilated. Guchen Sha had already understood many things. Coming to the Sin Province and hosting the Dragon League with his real body was indeed a good idea. Ha! At this moment, President Qin Han laughed heartily. "I've gained quite a lot from my travels this time. Not only did I obtain the supreme treasure of the ancient Buddhist sect, the Rilai Kasaya, I've also found 3 Buddhist sect masters who wish to join me. These 3 masters are powerful. They came from the Buddhist sect. When they heard that the Orthodox Buddhist sect has appeared, they admired it and came to join. The Buddha's Kasaya," Guchen Sha said. "This treasure is rumored to be the Kasaya left behind by the master of the ancient Buddhist sect, the Supreme Buddha. It is no small matter. Obtaining this Kasaya is equivalent to obtaining the legacy of the Buddhist sect." How could Guchen Sha not know that the Buddha's Kasaya that Qin Han was wearing had actually fallen into the hands of the ancient heavenly demon clan in ancient times? This was an ancient secret of the Buddhist demon clan. If Guchen Sha hadn't obtained all of Jiang Gongwang's memories, he probably wouldn't have known where these secrets were. In the distant ancient times, the Supreme Buddha wanted to purify the heavenly demon clan. He even passed his mantle to a great demon. In the end, that great demon didn't convert. Instead, he seized many of the Buddhist sect's treasures. In the end, the Buddhist sect suffered heavy losses and didn't come out for many years. It was impossible for Qin Han to know this secret. Now that the ancient heavenly demon clan had appeared out of nowhere and set up a trap for the Dharma Saint, they had taken control of the overall situation. Next, they actually stirred up trouble in the Human Dragon League. But Gu Qinsha didn't point it out. The true power of the Buddha's Kasaya surpassed the divine land innumerable ominous armor and was only below it. Now that Qin Han was wearing it, it was impossible for him to unleash its true power. However, a god-rank expert would not be able to harm him. However, Gu Qinsha knew that the core of the Buddhist sect's mantle had already been corroded by the demonic Tao. The heavenly demons had used a supreme divine power to directly control the Tathagata Kasaya. In fact, it had already transformed into a demonic garment. Congratulations, President, for obtaining an ancient treasure. Gu Qinsha hurriedly said, "How should I address these three masters? Yuan Guang, Round Darkness, Yuan Hun." The three bald monks put their palms together and announced their dharma names. The monk named Yuan Hun was the leader. He spoke again, "Heaven's secrets have changed. The successor of the Buddhism sect has appeared. We, the successor of the Buddhism sect who have been living in seclusion, have to convert to the Orthodox Buddhism sect. This time, we have come out to assist President Qin Han to revitalize the Buddhism sect." "Not bad," Qin Han said. "Three great masters. I appoint you as the three great elders of my Human Dragon League. Your positions will be on equal footing with the vice president, and you will be in charge of the Guardian Vajra. How about it?" "Thank you, President. We will naturally follow your orders." The three bald monks looked at each other and nodded. This was a sign that they were in control. It seemed that Qin Han had completely trusted them. "Three elders, things are urgent now. I'm afraid the demon disaster is about to break out. Patrol the borders immediately and gather the Guardian Vajra. Train and gather them, and pray for changes." Qin Han issued an order. Yes, Yuan Guang, Yuan Dark, and Yuan Hun bowed again. Their bodies flickered slightly, and they flew out. "It's been hard on you these days," Qin Han said to Gu Qinsha. "The management of the Human Dragon League depends on you. However, there are some paths that I need to discuss with you about. Qin Shuiying, you may leave." "Yes, President." Qin Shuiying looked worried, but she still left. Only Qin Han and Gu Qinsha were left in the hall. "President, what path do you want to discuss with me?" Gu Qinsha said calmly. "Ever since I established the Human Dragon League, it's been an expedient measure. Originally, it was to fight against that treacherous concubine Wu Dankong, but now it's hard to get off. As my cultivation gets higher and higher, I've obtained more and more Buddhist orthodoxies. It's no longer a small matter. Now, there's a problem. If I develop the Buddhist orthodoxies, I might come into conflict with the Calming Immortal Department. Originally, the Human Dragon League relied on the Calming Immortal Department to develop. If we leave the support of the Calming Immortal Department, it will be difficult for us to move forward. However, if we don't develop the Buddhist orthodoxies, I'm afraid we will be despised by the Buddhist sect." Qin Han was very clear about this. Gu Qinsha nodded to himself. This Qin Han was a clear-headed person. He said, "We are the Human Dragon League, not the Buddhist sect. The purpose of the establishment of the Human Dragon League is to punish evil and promote good, to expel evil for the imperial court, to promote righteousness, to cultivate one's moral character, to govern the country, and to bring peace to the world. This is the principle of a scholar. You and I are both scholars, so it's better to abide by our hearts. Besides, President, you should know that the teachings of the Buddhist sect emphasize detachment, tranquility, lifelessness, and freedom from nirvana. They don't emphasize reproduction. How can we continue to develop like this? If a race doesn't reproduce, it will gradually lose its vitality. This is a path of no return. If the Buddhist sect was good at management, how could it have fallen to this state today? Of course, President, it won't work if you leave the Buddhist sect. Why don't you try another path? I'd like to hear the details." Qin Han listened very carefully. Reforming the Buddhist sect and increasing its teachings are suitable for reproduction and development, suitable for the way of governing a country. This way, not only can we eliminate the conflict with the Celestial Tranquility Department and the Imperial Court, we can also make the Buddhist sect, which has reached a dead end, flourish. If we succeed with this kind of contribution, we might surpass the Supreme Buddha and become the ancestor of resurgence. Gu Qinsha actually thought of a good idea for Qin Han. Reforming the teachings, bringing forth vitality, adapting to the times, the ancestor of resurgence. Qin Han digested Gu Qinsha's words. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and bowed deeply. These words have swept away the fog that has puzzled me for many days. From now on, if we follow this path, we will be worthy of the imperial court, worthy of the teachings of the Buddhist sect, and worthy of the people of the world. This Qin Han is indeed worthy of the qualities of a scholar. Gu Qinsha thought to himself. In that case, he also understands the path that he wants to walk, so I can't let him be corrupted by demons. Instead, I'll let him establish his own sect. The power of the Buddha's Kasaya is above that of the divine prefecture innumerable ominous armor. I'll completely stimulate this person's vitality and suppress the demons. The Buddha's Kasaya had been obtained by the heavenly demon clan in ancient times. The deepest part of it had been demonized. On the surface, it was given to Qin Han, but in reality, it was used as a tool to control Qin Han. If it was in the past, Gu Qinsha would not have been able to get rid of it. But now that he had refined the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence, he had obtained the deepest mysteries of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, he had already thought of a way for the Buddhist sect to extricate themselves from their predicament. That was to let Qin Han reform the teachings and revive the Buddhist sect. He would make the Buddhist sect more secular, but at the same time, he would maintain his core qualities. That way, the Buddhist sect would become a kind of culture that would inject new blood into the culture of the Great Yonko. This was what it meant to be able to accommodate all rivers into the sea. Having thought this through, Gu Qinsha felt very happy. His clone, Fong Lin, did not move. His real body took advantage of the moment when Qin Han was laughing to strike. Without anyone noticing, he sent a bunch of Buddha characters into the Buddha's Kasaya. At the same time, Gu Qinsha sent out a telepathic message that traversed through time and space to communicate with the Permitha Golden Mountain, the will left behind by the ancient Buddhist sect. I've decided to groom Qin Han and have him reform the Buddhist sect. Only then will the Buddhist sect be able to shine with true vitality. If the Buddhist sect remains stuck in the old ways, even if it flourishes for a while, it will eventually fall. This is what it means to revolutionize the will of the heavens. As Gu Qinsha's will was transmitted, the Buddhist sect seemed to have sensed it. Rumble. From the Permitha Golden Mountain, another wave of energy burst forth. It opened up time and space and poured into the top of Qin Han's head. All right, well, left behind by the Buddhist sect. Since you've acknowledged my method, then cooperate with me. I've grasped the release, bow, and the impermanence arrow. After refining them completely, I'll be able to use these treasures in many ways. Today, I'll pierce through Qin Han's body with these two arrows and comprehend the strongest will. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. At the same time, I'll remove the latent danger of the heavenly demon clan. Gu Qinsha's will was to make a complete deal with the Buddhist sect to reveal their trump cards. He wanted to obtain all of the orthodoxy of the Buddhism sect, including the comprehension and memories of the Supreme Buddha, as well as the cultivation comprehension of countless giants of the Buddhism sect, as well as the various scriptures, cultivation method from the lowest to the highest, the way of governance, and the rules of the sect. These were all the secrets of a civilization. Gu Chunsha wanted to know everything. Gu Chunsha wanted to obtain all the knowledge of the countless outstanding figures of the Buddhist sect, their wisdom, their research, and everything they had left behind. Regarding the universe, the human heart, the laws of nature, the future, the chaos, and the past, Gu Chunsha wanted all of it. I need to know everything about the Buddhist sect. Only then can I help the Qin and Han reform their teachings. I need to integrate this civilization into the great Yonko civilization, becoming a part of our culture. Then, the Buddhist sect will have a long period of peace, truly becoming a part of eternity. If you don't want to, then there's nothing I can do. Only by raising my cultivation can I help you expel the heavenly demons. If you rely on your strength, I'm afraid you'll have to tangle with the heavenly demons. Furthermore, the heavenly demons have already cooperated with the Dharma saint. If the Buddhist sect doesn't make a choice, I'm afraid it'll be devoured. Although the Permitha Golden Mountain is a medium-class world, it's been a long time. If this continues, it will definitely decline. Gu Chencha's heart was calm. Chapter 660. Gu Chensha didn't want to obtain the memories of some big shot, nor did he want to obtain some cultivation method to cultivate. His ambition was great. It was no small matter. He wanted to obtain all the information about the entire civilization. The vast amount of information about the Buddhist civilization would all enter his mind. This way, he could grasp the entirety of the Buddhist civilization in his hands. At the same time, he could perfect his cultivation and break through to the next realm. This way, he could quickly take control of the situation. From a certain point of view, he was making an exchange and compromise with the Buddhist sect. If he allowed the Buddhist sect to integrate into the Yonko civilization, the Buddhist sect would definitely agree. Just as he expected, when he turned the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence into Qin Han's body, he communicated with Permitha Mountain, which was located in the depths of the Buddhist sect. In an instant, the will of the Buddhist sect seemed to have thought about it before it transmitted an endless amount of information about their civilization. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chencha's sea of knowledge was filled with the information about the civilization. How vast was the civilization of the Buddhist sect? Even a celestial master wouldn't be able to receive so much information in such a short amount of time. Even if Gu Chensha cultivated the heavenly Tao technique, he wouldn't be able to do it, but he could pass it on and transfer it. The vast amount of information and civilization rushed into the world tree in the dimensional realm. The heavenly demon tree had evolved into the tree of wishes, and the tree of wishes had evolved into the world tree. Now, it had become a bridge that connected 4 minor kiliocosms in one-dimensional realm. In the depths of the space-time turbulence, no matter how violent the storms were, it wouldn't budge. Gu Chensha injected all the information that the Buddhist sect had transmitted into the world, calculated, and stored it. He knew that there was another reason why the Buddhist sect had done this. They were afraid that in the upcoming tribulation, their civilization and orthodoxy would be completely destroyed and vanish into the vast universe. If they could make a copy for the Celestial Tranquility Department, they would have an additional chance in the future. Regardless of whether the Celestial Tranquility Department could help the Qin Han rise or not, the Buddhist sect wanted to leave behind their orthodoxy in order to preserve it in the upcoming tribulation. This was a gamble. In this way, even if the Golden Permitha Mountain was destroyed and taken away by others, the orthodoxy and civilization would still be left behind. This was what Gu Chensha had calculated. Last time, he had joined forces with the Buddhist sect to seize the Tao querying diagram and the small world tree that Wan Xinchi had left for Jing Fanqing. They had made a huge profit, but after that, Wan Xinchi had acted again and seized Jing Fanqing back, giving him treasures again. From this, it could be seen that the Buddhist sect could not do anything to Wan Xinchi. That was why Gu Chensha came to the Human Dragon Association to make this decision and negotiate with the Buddhist sect. Under the pressure of the heavenly devil race, the Buddhist sect would definitely join forces with him. Otherwise, the heavenly devil race might be able to control this Qin Han and the pawn that the Buddhist sect had painstakingly laid out would be destroyed in a day. It was truly a pity. With Gu Chinch's help, the development of the Buddhist sect will be much better. The unparalleled and vast civilization of the Buddhist sect was still being passed on. God knew how many scriptures, how many layers of history, how many comprehensions of the bigwigs, how many stories of sorrow and joy. As Gu Chansha received the impact, he did not feel any joy or sorrow. He circulated the heavenly Tao technique with all his might, just like a wise spectator, watching the rise and fall of the Buddhist sect and the principles. There was the history of the fight between the bigwigs of the Buddhist sect and the demons. There was the experience of the Supreme Buddha subduing the demons and fighting with many experts. All of this was deeply engraved in his mind, just like his own experience. This was especially so for the Supreme Buddha, who was born on the primordial mist tree. The moment he opened his eyes, he broke away from the primordial mist tree and became an independent existence. The deep comprehension of the primordial mist tree and the appearance of the primordial mist tree, as well as all sorts of information, surged in. In an instant, Gu Chinch's cultivation had reached its peak. What he truly cared about were the things that the Supreme Buddha had comprehended from comprehending the primordial mist tree. The secrets of the primordial mist tree were what he truly needed. At the same time, Chang Weiyang, Tai Xuandu, Ji Qingwu, Zhuge and Wen Hong all felt the impact of the Buddhist sect civilization. Their cultivation had already reached the sage and deity level, so their comprehension and capacity for tolerance were extremely great. This was also Gu Chinch's calculations. Chang Weiyang had obtained the orthodoxy and civilization of the Buddhist sect, so she had a higher chance of winning the battle against Dou Yu. Gu Chinch's true body leaped out once again, tearing through the void and arriving in the dimensional realm. His body kept changing as he faced the 5 experts. Everyone help me. Let me accommodate the Buddhist sect civilization and deduce the profoundness of the primordial mist tree so that the world tree can evolve once again. Rumble. The 5 experts completely operated their cultivation bases and began to inject all their power into Gu Chinch's body, urging Gu Chinch's body to operate. Gu Chinch's magic power operated faster and faster. The Buddhist sect's civilization and the secrets of the primordial mist tree were completely activated in his body. In a flash, his magic power turned into hundreds of millions of words. Each word was different, and they represented the fundamental secrets of heaven and earth. The world tree changed once again. Many chaotic vortexes appeared on the huge tree trunk, as if it had brought chaos to the human world. The Tai mystical sect, the universe mystical sect, the heavenly dance mystical sect, and the small divine continent. The 4 minor kiliocosms began to transfer power to the world tree itself. At the same time, the power of the common people's wish sphere in the dimensional realm was incomparably magnificent. The 5 major realms formed together, and the entire world tree evolved into the primordial mist tree according to Gu Chinch's comprehension. Of course, the current world tree was still far from the primordial mist tree, but its power was much stronger than before. Kacha! As the world tree evolved, Gu Chinch's magic power gathered together. This gathering power was really strong. The moment it was formed, he used his own strength to rip space apart. The changes and obstructions in space could no longer trap him. At this moment, he broke through and finally reached the 27 transformations, the seamless 2 worlds realm. At the same time, the 360 common people's generals that suppressed the world started to transform. This was also a crucial change. The common people's generals were originally at the 26 transformations of the Tao realm. 10,000 techniques returned to 1. This realm was 1 step away from the 27 transformations, but his strength had changed drastically. The 36 transformations of the Tao realm, every 9 transformations was a huge leap. The 29 transformations was the glass jade body, which increased one's lifespan to 300 years. The 29 transformations was the great Tao golden core, which increased one's lifespan to 1,000 years. the 39 transformations was the seamless two-worlds realm that Gu Chansha had cultivated. He tore open space and teleported. Not only could this increase one's lifespan, but one's attack strength would also greatly increase. One would be able to enter many dangerous places and wouldn't be trapped by formations. One would also have many more escape methods. Gu Chansha had accumulated a lot to break through to this realm. He pretended to be courteous with Do EU and then came to an agreement with a Buddhist sect. Only then did he truly break through to this realm. Once he broke through, the suppression ability of the common people's generals would increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. Once the common people's generals broke through, their suppression ability would increase, and the luck of the country would naturally become stronger. Wuzhou Governor Han Wuqin was dealing with all sorts of documents. He had already reached the Dao realm, 11 transformation, soul, tentacle realm. He flipped through documents, observed things, and dealt with official matters with ease. Moreover, during these few days, he had many fortuitous encounters and had a few decent treasures on him. If they fought, even experts at the 14th or 15th transformations wouldn't be able to kill him. However, in the current turbulent situation, even though this kind of cultivation could obtain respect, it was still far from enough to rule over an entire province. Fortunately, there was a young man and woman beside him. Both of them were elegant and handsome. The woman was his daughter, and the man was his son-in-law. His son-in-law's aura was vast and mighty, as if he was connected to the heavenly stars. Endless true essence of martial arts was transmitted down, giving off a feeling of transcendence and sainthood. This kid was actually the reincarnation of Xing Chun. He was the reincarnation of Wu Qiu Xing. Back then, the person who reincarnated from Wu Qiu Xing was a manservant in the governor's mansion. Gu Chensha, Jing Fanxing, Fa Wuxian, and the others had yet to compete for this position. Later on, Fa Wuxian brought this manservant away, but halfway through, he was taken away by Chong Weiyang and became a disciple of the Cosmos Mystic Gate. Gu Qinsha took in Governor Han Wuqin's daughter as a disciple of Calming Celestial Department. The servant and the girl were a couple. Now that the Universe Sect and Calming Celestial Department had formed an alliance, the reincarnation of Wu Qiu Xing's servant naturally followed Chong Weiyang's orders and came to assist the imperial court and his father-in-law. Han Wuqin didn't oppose this matter. He knew that the servant's magic power was tyrannical and had already cultivated to the 20 transformations of impermanence magic power. How many years had it been? However, since he was the reincarnation of Xing Chun and the reincarnation of Wu Qiu Xing, it wasn't strange for him to have such speed. Compared to the ordinary peerless geniuses, the reincarnation of Xing Chun had a rich destiny. Especially in this great era, treasures and fortuitous encounters were constantly being delivered to him. During these days, other than his own fortuitous encounters, Han Wuqin had also obtained a lot of benefits from his son-in-law. Son-in-law, according to what you see, the current situation isn't optimistic. Han Wuqin had already received the news that the Dharma Saint had cultivated a dimensional realm and was colluding with the heavenly devil race. The next step was to take control of the entire aristocratic clan. The Wu province was where the Wu clan was located. If the Dharma Saint wanted to sweep through, he would first make a move on him, the governor. With internal and external troubles, it's indeed hard to hold on. The reincarnation of Wu Qiu Xing's servant had already changed his name to Chong Wu Qiu. He nodded and said, "Father-in-law, don't worry. Now, the Tai Fantasy Sect, the Universe Sect, and the Heavenly Dance Fantasy Sect have formed an alliance with Calming Celestial Department. They are working with each other and have become a huge force. Even if the Dharma Saint wants to launch a rebellion, he has to think twice. Otherwise, even if he has great means, he will suffer a great loss and be taken advantage of by other giants." Just as the father-in-law and son-in-law were talking, a violent spatial fluctuation spread out from the governor's mansion. Chapter 661. At this moment, it wasn't just the people in the Wuzhou governor's office that were shocked. In the 99 provinces of the Central Plains, the common people's commander in charge of all the governor's manors were breaking through at the same time. Many people had also sensed this spatial ripple. The common people's commander himself was at the 5th level of the true dragon technique, which was equivalent to the peak of the saint realm. No sect could create such a puppet. So, in terms of luck and fortuitous encounters, the common people's commander's combat strength was equivalent to an overlord born with the potential of a saint. Moreover, his calculation ability and ability to do things were no different from a saint. He was highly intelligent and had a clear understanding. With the common people's commander helping to govern the world, many governors and officials were able to handle things with ease. In short, apart from luck and fortuitous encounters, the common people's commander had the potential of a saint in all his abilities. Moreover, Guchan Shah had the common people's commander oversee the world, helping the various governors and inspector generals manage matters, such as the people's livelihood, economy, punishment, etc. This was to connect the common people's commander to the fate of the country. In the end, through training, he would reach the highest realm and have his own luck and fate. Governing the country was the greatest training for the common people's commander. The common people's commander enforced the law impartially and judged cases like a god. His image of being impartial was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. In addition, the Department of Tranquil Immortals also had commoners write novels and stories everywhere to promote the martial of the common people, causing the martial of the common people to have a great reputation. In this way, as time passed, the martial of the common people would be supported by the destiny of the people of the world, once again undergoing a deeper transformation. The common people's commander had advanced to the 2 worlds seamless realm of the 27 transformations of Tao realm. His power was interconnected, and 360 of them merged into one. Sitting in the divine continent, the imperial court's control over them greatly increased. Many governors and inspector generals cheered. Their confidence greatly increased. Some ambitious people who had fortuitous encounters suppressed their ambitions. Although there were many fortuitous encounters in the entire Central Plains, most cultivators, commoners, and scholars couldn't reach the heavens in one step, even if they had fortuitous encounters. They had to cultivate step by step. Basically, even if they had fortuitous encounters, their combat strength would be below Golden Core. Thinking about it, with Ling Xiaofei's luck and fortuitous encounters, he wouldn't be a match for a common people's marshal in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, there were very few people in the world who had fortuitous encounters who could compare to Ling Xiaofei. Even though Yuan Lu had obtained the dragon zither of nature, it was a pity that she had encountered a calamity as soon as she was born. She had been captured by Wan Xinxi and had yet to be rescued. From this, it could be seen that there would be a great calamity after a great encounter. Right now, only the Grand Preceptor Wenhong had obtained the even more powerful Cauldron of Infinity and had yet to encounter a tribulation. This was undoubtedly because his cultivation had reached a high level and he could control fate, turning calamities into blessings. Furthermore, he was the son of heaven himself, but he had never obtained the sacrificial talisman. This was equivalent to encountering the greatest calamity. As a result, everything would be smooth sailing in the future, and there would be no more calamities, because the greatest tribulation had already left him. From a certain point, although Heaven Talisman Emperor Gutaxian had taken away some things from him, in truth, he was helping him to transcend realms and break free from the restrictions of being the Son of Heaven. Between one gain and one loss, Wenhong had instead obtained huge freedom. He didn't need to bear the karma of being the target of everyone, and he could even enjoy the luck of being the Son of Heaven. Because of this, he was actually really grateful to the Heaven Talisman Emperor. Of course, the profoundness behind this was something that only the people involved could understand clearly in their hearts. When Gu Chansha broke through, he naturally sensed the breakthrough of the common people's martial. He cultivated the Heaven Path technique, and it was the hardest for him to break through. However, the moment he broke through, he wasn't something that a natural-born saint could compare to. Especially this 3-9 transformation, tearing open the void, The two worlds were no longer separated. This was a crucial change. As long as he cultivated it, the tearing ability and capacity of his spiritual power wouldn't be just ascending to the throne. Guchench's heart had a huge change. As it climbed, he had reached a realm where he could do 1,000,000,000 things at once. This wasn't all. His divination ability was on a totally different level from before. For example, when Guchan Sha was at the 26th transformation, he was like a carriage that was pulled by horses. Even if he refined the release bow and constant and impermanence arrows, he just had a few more horses to pull him. But now, he was like a machine pulling a carriage. In essence, he wasn't on the same level as before. Numerous pieces of information tossed and turned in his heart, being calculated and combined. The past, the future, all sorts of things were changing one another, causing his common people heaven mending technique and common people heaven reforming technique to evolve once more. Guchen Sha had learned a lot of martial arts, from the giant spiritual force to the son of heaven's investiture technique. Various martial arts, the Maha Suppression Sutra of the Demon Sect, the martial arts contained in Jiang Gongwang's memory, the Tai Fantasy Sect, the Universe Mystic Gate, Wenhong's martial arts like the Myriad Stars Flying Immortal Technique, the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique in the Heavenly Demon Book, the various witchcraft incantations of the Xingqiang clan, the Great Divine Land Method, the Dragon Raising Mental Sutra, the Dragon Making Mental Sutra, the bits and pieces of the Saint Dragon Mental Sutra, the Dharma Saint Secret Art, the Hercules God's Secret Art, the three gods of Fu, Lu, and Shou, and even the Do Yu's Secret Art. All of them were top-notch existences in the world. Especially now, he had obtained the inheritance of the entire Buddhism civilization. The Buddhism sect had a complete cultivation system. There was so much information that even a sage would not be able to contain it all in his mind. Unfortunately, Gu Chunsha could even calculate it. Buzz, 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 buzz. It was as if endless lightning was merging together, splitting into yin and yang that flowed endlessly. Gu Chench's body had already turned into all things and could change at will. He could even turn into fate and destiny to buff the living beings. All the information slowly became his own as he calculated it. The Common People Heaven Mending Technique and Common People Heaven Reforming Technique. These two techniques started to evolve and reform. Gu Chench's body split into two people. One was worried about the world, one hand mending the heavens. He was really merciful and pitied the suffering of the living beings. At the same time, he called on them to become stronger, to fix the flaws in the Heaven Tao, and to repair the past. The other body was the King Path and Saint Path gathered in one body. It was the representation of order, and its sharpness could change the world. It would never believe in any kind of authority. This Tao was formed from the Common People Heaven reforming technique. One mending the heavens, the other changing the heavens. It was a perfect merger, like light and darkness, yin and yang, the transformation of Taiji. With a slight movement, Gu Chench's two bodies merged into one. He casually tore apart layers of space, totally ignoring all the barriers of space. He could even travel through the chaotic flows of space. Even a god had to be careful if they wanted to travel through the chaotic flows of space. If they faced a space storm, they would die. Their world would shatter, and their body and soul would be wiped out. Gu Chensha wasn't afraid now. In truth, if he hadn't faced a storm like the universe tide, he would have been perfectly fine. His cultivation increased, his realm increased, everything was perfect. This was Gu Chencha's current state. Even if Zhuge Ye rose to God realm, Gu Chansha was still the true core of the calming celestial department. Without Gu Chansha, they would still collapse. Each and every action of Gu Chansha concerned the safety of the world. Now that his cultivation had increased, the commander-in-chief had broken through as well. As the tide rose, Zhuge Ye felt that the national destiny absorbed by the sphere of common people's wish had greatly increased. The entire imperial court of Great Yong had the power of the nation. Although the devil calamity had descended, and there were internal and external troubles, there had been no large-scale massacres of cities. The common people had no way of making a living. Furthermore, the management of the Celestial Pacification Department had been strengthened. Relying on the production level of the wildlands, they were still continuously expanding their territory and producing more children. Although the common people were constantly worrying about the impending second devil calamity, their living standards were still greatly improved. The quality of newborns was also many times better than before. The Skydew pills were still being supplied, and the Celestial Designer Institute provided all sorts of resources. It wasn't just the Central Plains. Even the common people in the wildlands had improved greatly. This was the calming Celestial Department's way of governing a country. They lived in hardship and died in peace. They used the devil calamity to create a sense of urgency for the common people, but they did their best to supply them with resources. This way, everyone would have the motivation to practice martial arts, farm, and produce. With the support of large amounts of resources, their cultivation speed would naturally improve by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the oppression of the devil calamity, the Great Yonko would be a place where everyone would enjoy life and lose the will to fight. Instead, the national destiny would not be what it was now. This was the calming Celestial Department's ability to make use of the devil calamity. Seeing that you've cultivated the 27 transformations, Gu Chansha, I'm relieved. Chang Weiyang stood up. This time, I've obtained the Buddhist civilization, allowing my cultivation to improve further. I'm more confident in this battle. However, that Doyu is definitely not a benevolent person. If anything happens to me, the Cosmos Mystic Gate will completely merge with the calming Celestial Department. Please take care of this disciple. I can't stop this anymore. You've made up your mind. Gu Qinsha said, however, even if something happens to you, the Cosmos Mystic Gate will not fall apart. I will do my best to revive your father, Senior Chang Yuzhou. Moreover, I've schemed against you this time, so you'll definitely be fine. You might even break through. Thank you for your auspicious words. Chang Weiyang smiled. This is a huge opportunity for me. It's rare to have an opponent like Doyu, so I can't let it go. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. It looks like I was right to form an alliance with the calming Celestial Department. If I can revive my father, then the Cosmos Mystic Gate will not truly fall. Chapter 662. Chang Weiyang knew very well how powerful Gu Qinsha was, so after giving him instructions, her body flickered away and she left the dimensional world sphere. With her current cultivation, apart from celestial venerables, there weren't many in the world who could do anything to her. Gu Qinsha wasn't planning on following her to watch the battle. He had cultivated the 27 transformations of Seamless, but he had more important things to do, and that was to help Qin Han refine the Rulai Kasaya so that he could truly become an indomitable existence. Qin Han's own cultivation wasn't much, but the Buddha statue on his body and the Rulai Kasaya were some of the strongest magic treasures in the world. If he could completely activate and refine them now, even a saint wouldn't be able to kill him. That way, Qin Han would also become one of the giants. For example, Wu Dankong's own cultivation was only at the 25 transformations of Undying Body. But with the help of the Dharma Saint, she took advantage of Xing Qiongshir's injuries to complete the Divine Prefecture Innumerable Fiends armor and obtain the Divine Prefecture level 81 Six Paths. That way, even a saint wouldn't be able to do anything to her. In the blink of an eye, she had also become a giant. Since the Sky Demons wanted to invade the Human Dragon League, Gu Qinsha naturally had to beat them at their own game and capture as many of their experts as he could. To him, the Sky Demons were simply a huge source of wealth. Rumble. His true body once again descended onto the body of Fong Lin. In just a few breaths of time, the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and impermanence were still inside Qin Han's body, and they began to merge with the Rulai Kasaya. The monstrous demonic energy within the Rulai Kasaya suddenly erupted, but Gu Qinsha secretly activated his power and joined forces with the Buddhist sect to suppress it. The dimensional world's enormous power poured in, instantly suppressing the Rulai Kasaya to the point where it couldn't move. Even if the sky demons used a dimensional world to fight against the Celestial Tranquility Department, they might not be able to win, much less the demonic will within the Rulai Kasaya. The sky demons had underestimated Gooch and Shah. They thought that they wouldn't be detected if they infiltrated the Human Dragon League. But how could they hide from Guchinch's keen senses? Guchinsha had been keeping an eye on the front line of the Human Dragon League at all times. How could he have been infiltrated by the Devil Race? A massive demonic will that seemed to belong to an Empyrean-level powerhouse was sealed, pulled out, and expelled. He wanted the Tathagata Kasaya to return to its original state. How dare you ruin my plan? Just as the demonic will was sealed, a boundless will descended, one that pierced through time and space, one that dominated the heavens and the earth, one that made ghosts and gods submit to it. Instantly, the demonic will that had been sealed exploded, almost bursting out of the seal. It descended upon the divine prefecture, causing the divine prefecture to sink and the earth to turn upside down. You still want to struggle at a time like this? You're just giving me more power. Guchinsha sneered. He knew that the unparalleled demon lord who had set up this Tathagata Kasaya to control the Qin and Han would definitely not be willing to let this chess piece be destroyed just like that. But so what? If it was that simple, the Devil Race would have defeated the Yonko long ago. Now that Guchinsha had joined forces with the Buddhist sect, even if the Devil Race came out in full force, they wouldn't be able to do anything, much less a mere powerhouse of the Devil Race. Guchinsha allowed the demonic will to traverse through time and space and pour into it. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. As the demonic will grew stronger and stronger, he suddenly activated the power of the dimensional realm, directly cutting off the source of the demonic will. Then, the demonic will was absorbed into the world tree, devoured, and refined. Gradually, a pure and transparent heavenly demon relic was formed on the world tree. Then, the heavenly demon relic suddenly split apart, turning into 360 balls of air that pierced through the air and entered the bodies of the 360 marshals. This way, all of the marshals' spirits soared, and their cultivation rose once again. Their calculation abilities were greatly enhanced, and the way of governing a nation naturally became easier. Bang! Qin Han's body glowed brightly, and he completely grasped the Tathagata Kasaya. The Kasaya transformed at will, turning into a scholar's robe, making him look elegant and suave. He had the aura of a scholar, and it could be said that he was one with Zen and Confucianism. And he still didn't know all that Guchinsha had done. In his opinion, he had suddenly comprehended the principles, and then there was a wave that caused the Tathagata Kasaya to tremble. He couldn't possibly have seen that Guchinsha had just reached an agreement with the Buddhist sect and obtained all of their civilization's legacies. Guchinsha himself had also risen to the 27 transformations, and his strength had increased greatly. At the same time, he had refined the demonic will left behind by the heavenly venerable level expert in the Tathagata Kasaya. Guchinsha's benefits were completely above his. Only someone like Guchinsha, with such power, could negotiate with the Buddhist sect, help them reform their teachings, and revitalize them. Of course, Guchinsha wouldn't go back on his promise to the Buddhist sect. He would definitely help Qin Han. Silently, he put away the Freemasonry bow and the constant and impermanence arrows, which had turned into Fu characters, and said to Qin Han, "Congratulations, President, for comprehending the supreme secret. Given time, as long as you raise your cultivation, you'll be able to completely control the Tathagata Kasaya and become a big shot. That's right. I've now completely grasped the Tathagata Kasaya." Qin Han said, "A divine-level expert, even a saint, might not be able to kill me. But just now, I had a flash of inspiration and obtained a lot of information. I discovered that the core of the Tathagata Kasaya has already been demonized. I didn't obtain this treasure by the Buddhist sect's fortuitous encounter, but by the heavenly demon clan scheme. Luckily, I comprehended the supreme Tao, and somehow obtained the support of the Buddhist sect's power, dispelling the hidden dangers left behind by the heavenly demon clan. This Qin Han thought that it was a trick of the Buddhist sect, but he didn't know that it was my divine technique. Gu Qinsha didn't expose him, but said fiercely, "If that's the case, then those three monks, Yuan Guang, Yuan Yin, and Yuan Hun, aren't real disciples of the Buddhist sect? Instead, they're heavenly demons in disguise? In order to infiltrate our human dragon league and wreak havoc in the world?" "That's about right," Qin Han said. "I comprehended it completely just now. The Heavenly Demon Clan wants to control our human dragon league in an attempt to encroach on the Buddhist sect, break the seal on the Sin province, and wreak havoc in the world. How could it be that easy? However, these three heavenly demons are adept at transformation, and their cultivation is extremely profound. If I'm not wrong, these three heavenly demons are the old antiques of the Heavenly Demon Clan, divine-level experts. It's very difficult to suppress them, and we can't alert them. If they start causing trouble, it'll be extremely difficult. Looks like we'll have to inform the Celestial Tranquility Bureau about this." Gu Qinsha said, "Let the Celestial Tranquility Bureau know, and subdue these three heavenly demons with lightning speed." "That's the only way," Qin Han said. "My own cultivation is too low. If I can reach a higher realm, if this chapter isn't finished, please turn the page. I can suppress these three heavenly demons." "Now, President, please make a decision," Gu Qinsha said. "Inform the Celestial Tranquility Bureau immediately and strengthen our cooperation. I want to reform the Buddhist sect, and I need the Celestial Tranquility Bureau's help. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to continue." Qin Han made a prompt decision. Meanwhile, on a mountain near the bottomless sea of Sin in the Sin province, the three monks, Yuan Guang, Yuan Dark, and Yuan Hun, stood side by side, looking at the depths of the bottomless sea of Sin in the distance. The demon chi was boiling, and many demons would rush out from time to time, flying to various parts of the divine prefecture in an attempt to wreak havoc. In the land of the Sin province, all kinds of temples and halls have been built, dazzling with gold and jade. At least tens of millions of troops of the demon race have been enlightened and turned into guardian Vajras. These guardian Vajras were physically strong and had great advantages in construction, planting, production, breeding, and reclamation. Apart from that, their minds were simple, and they only did three things every day: plowing, fighting, and offering sacrifices. Plowing was a general term that included all production and construction. Fighting was fighting against the demon race. Offering was naturally chanting sutras, praying, and offering sacrifices. The Buddhist sect has enlightened at least 20 to 30 million troops of the demon race, and all of them have been turned into guardian Vajras. What they do every day is plowing, war, and offering sacrifices. Look at the main temple of the Human Dragon Union. A Buddha has already condensed, and the microscopic world is operating within it. It is constantly absorbing the power of faith from various temples to strengthen itself. Yuan Guang pointed at the main temple of the Human Dragon Union in the Sin province. As far as the eye could see, more than half of the entire Sin province was occupied by the Human Dragon Union. Thousands of temples have been built, and with each temple as the center, a large number of guardian Vajras carried out production, war, and sacrifices. Apart from this, there were also many businessmen and adventurers who came here to trade with the Human Dragon Gang. The trade was extremely prosperous. For a time, the luck here was rolling. Although it was under the pressure of the demon race's army, it was actually flourishing. The explosive power of the Buddhist sect is extremely tyrannical, but because the doctrine emphasizes nirvana and not reproduction, there is no new blood. They can only absorb foreign believers. If this continues, they will definitely fall. But now the Buddhist sect is taking advantage of our invasion to absorb and digest our army to strengthen themselves. How hateful, Yuan Guang thought. This is a good thing. Yuan Hun's expression was very solemn. What they are absorbing is not the power of our race, but the power of the pygmy demon race, the zombie race, the blood demon race, the bone demon race, the sheep-headed demon race, the ox-headed demon race, the horse-faced demon race, and other demon races. These demon races have always been independent and do not listen to our race's orders. Sometimes they even join forces against our race and let the Buddhist sect weaken their power. This is very useful for our race to unify the demon realm in the future and open up a source of faith. To be honest, if our race can subdue all the demon race and make them worship our demon ancestor, the power of faith accumulated over the years is enough to turn our demon realm into a greater thousand world. Then what's our plan now? Do we destroy the Human-Dragon Union? Yuan Guang knew that the operation this time was all presided over by Yuan Han. No, we need to support the Human-Dragon Union and thoroughly strengthen it to fight against the Imperial Court. At the same time, we need to borrow the power of the Human-Dragon Union and the Buddhist sect to suppress the other demon races and even severely injure them. This is the foundation for our heavenly demon race to unify the demon realm. When that time comes, we will have contributed immeasurably. We will definitely be able to comprehend the primordial heart devil and enter the supreme realm of immortality. Chapter 663. The Buddhist sect can't do much anymore. Yuan Guang said, "In the distant Permethon Mountain, all that's left of the Buddhist sect's big shots is some will. All the big shots have perished. Sooner or later, we'll refine the Permethon Mountain and turn it into our heavenly devil race's base camp. We'll start with the Human Dragon Guild. The Human Dragon Guild wants to gather faith and obtain power for the Permethon Mountain. However, we can gradually steal faith in the future and worship the supreme primeval heart devil in the name of Buddhism. In this way, as time passes, we can occupy the Permethon Mountain and eat it. With our help, the Dharma Saint actually advanced to a medium-class world. But I really don't understand. This person is actually not on the same path as us. In the future, he might even pose a threat to our race's great cause," Yuan said. "Really? This is the plan of the ancestors. What kind of agreement did they make with the ancestors?" Yuan looked at Yuan Han. "I don't know either. The agreement between the ancestors and the Dharma Saint must have its reasons." Yuan Han shook his head. "We'll just do our own thing. The Dharma Saint represents the essence of an era. The ancient human sages created the orthodoxy of human civilization, and the Dharma Saint is the leader of the ancient sages. It could be said that he led a great era. This person is not to be underestimated. We can't have any conflict with him for now. But when we develop the Human Dragon Guild, we will still receive his help." "That's good. Our main task is to expand the Human Dragon Guild. We can even capture some other members of the Devil race and increase the number of Guardian Vajra to hundreds of millions or even billions. Anyway, there are many low-level demons. In our infernal domain, we have no lack of demons," Yuan Guang said. "Right now, the Human Dragon Guild only has tens of millions of demons. It's far from enough. We can't even control the Sin Province. If we want the Sin Province to be full and the Human Dragon Guild's microscopic world completely advanced to a minor chiliocosm, we need at least billions of demons to become Guardian Vajra. The advantage of the Buddhist sect is that as long as there are living creatures, after being enlightened, their minds will be pure and single-minded. The power of their prayers and sacrifices is much higher than that of ordinary people. Everyone is a devout believer or even a fanatic. This allowed the experts of the Buddhist sect to create worlds much faster." Yuan Han said, "We might be able to borrow some of the Human Dragon League's methods to steal faith and create our own microscopic world." "I have to steal faith," Yuan Guang said. "Maybe we can even obtain some treasures from the Buddhist sect to increase our strength. In my clan, strength is everything. If we can have a great opportunity, maybe we can become Empyrean-level existences." "That's right. Every time there's a tribulation, a huge opportunity will appear. Even a minor character can soar into the sky. As long as we can seize the opportunity, we'll be able to accomplish many impossible things." Yuan Han's eyes were piercing through the sky. "Not bad, not bad. To think that these few demons would have some knowledge. The ancient heavenly fiend race is indeed different from the other demon races. Suddenly, a voice rang down from the sky. Who is it? The three demons were shocked. Then, the space around them changed. The entire world seemed to have undergone a great shift. The surrounding space-time was moved into a huge world. This world was extremely vast. There were layers of space everywhere. In the center of the space, there was an incomparably huge tree. This tree penetrated into the depths of the various spaces, as if it was supporting the entire world. This is... The three demons roared. The sphere of people's wish, a dimensional world. That's right. This is the dimensional world of the sphere of people's wish. Three heavenly fiends. You really have guts to dare infiltrate the Human Dragon League. Gu Qinsha appeared in front of the three demons. You demons still want to control Qin Han. The Buddha's Kasaya contains the demonic will of an Empyrean-level expert. Unfortunately, it's all under my control. Now, I've absorbed the demonic will and turned it into a heavenly fiend relic. As for you guys, you can become real monks. I've just mastered all the Buddhist sect's purification techniques. The Buddhist sect has many methods to purify heavenly fiends. Since you want to become monks so much, how can I not help you? Gu Qinsha laughed. He didn't plan on killing these three demons because they were all god-level experts. Although there would be many benefits to killing them, they would only provide some nutrients for the world tree. The gains wouldn't be that great. He wanted to use the Buddhist sect's secret techniques to completely purify the three demons, turning them into the real Yuan Guang, Yuan Yin, and Yuan Han. They would contribute to the Buddhist sect's resurgence. This could also be considered an agreement between the Buddhist sect and the Calming Immortal Department. There were many things in the Buddhist sect that were very beneficial for governing a country. Gu Qinsha felt that if the Buddhist sect's teachings and civilization were integrated into the Yonko civilization, it would definitely add a lot of color to the Yonko civilization. There were many things in the Buddhist sect that allowed people to get rid of their worries, calm them down, dispel evil thoughts in their hearts, and promote good thoughts. These things could add new blood to the Yonko civilization. As long as Gu Qinsha reformed the teachings and expelled some things that didn't conform to the times, he would be able to maintain long-term peace. No. At this moment, the three demons Yuan Guang, Yuan Yin, and Yuan Han roared. The three experts let out earth-shattering roars. Instantly, boundless demonic qi began to condense, and a demonic light turned into a large hand that slammed toward Gu Qinsha. The large hand twisted and wailed, and in an instant, countless runes assembled and arranged themselves. It seemed as if one could see the limits of its bewitchment. Even the demons in the depths of Gu Qinsha's heart were vaguely drawn out. Heavenly demon heart, prison, large hand imprint. A playful look appeared on Gu Qinsha's face. This technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, I know all the methods of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Not only did I obtain the complete version of the Maha-Suppression Scripture, but I also obtained all the legacies of the Buddhist sect civilization. The Buddhist sect has been in contact with the Heavenly Demon Clan for many years, so I know all the methods of the Heavenly Demon Clan. To me, this little bit of attack is like the buzzing of a mosquito. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha's body moved, and his entire body began to transform. He suddenly turned into three characters that passed through the attack of the giant palm and imprinted themselves on the bodies of the three Sky Devil Clan experts. Instantly, the three words gave off a Buddhist light. It covered all three of them. Good, not bad. Gu Qinsha said, all of you are God Realm, especially Yuan Han. You are actually at the 31st transformation of Tao Realm. Compared to Yuan Guang and Yuan Yin, you are one level higher. No wonder you are first out of three of them. I am helping all of you to break free from the heavenly demon realm and join the Buddhist sect. All of you should be happy. Gu Qinsha could use his own cultivation to suppress God Realm experts. When he was at the 26th transformation, 10,000 techniques return to one. He could defeat Do EU's God Realm clone, let alone now that he was at the 27th transformation. It was easy to deal with the 3 heavenly demon god realm experts. He didn't even need to use the power of the medium-sized world. Now, he was activating the release bow and the constant and impermanence arrows that he had refined to dissolve the demonic nature and turn it into Buddhist nature, causing the heavenly demon to turn into a Buddha god. Because the heavenly demon race walked the extreme demonic path, if they turned into Buddhas, it would be much easier for them to turn into Buddhas. Large amounts of Buddhist power surged down as Gu Chunsha used his own cultivation to forcefully purify the 3 heavenly demons. The 3 heavenly demons struggled, and the demonic energy became even stronger, like they were about to devour Gu Chunsha. There was also a demonic will that surpassed the endless will that seeped out of the 3 heavenly demons' bodies. Good. This is the primordial demon will. It must be something that the old antiques of the heavenly demon race left in your bodies. If I continue to purify you, the primordial demon will corrode your souls. If I fail, I will be demonized and turn into a demon. Unfortunately, this is useless to me. Instead, it will become a tool for me to train my heart. A smile appeared on Gu Chinch's face. His body moved, and the primordial demon was actively accepted by him, fusing it into the depths of his soul. Immediately, Gu Chinch's entire body became strange. Countless negative emotions were triggered, and he was on the verge of turning into a demon. But at this moment, his will and Tao were triggered. The life-heaven mending art and the life-heaven reforming art worked together, directly shattering the primordial demon will and turning it into nourishment for him. His spirit soared once more, and he was about to break through the 20th transformation, the vacuum-crushing realm. Actually, the 27th transformation was a threshold. As long as he broke through it, Gu Chinch's next 2 transformations wouldn't be too difficult. What a pity. Just a little bit more. At the last moment, Gu Chunsha stopped in his tracks. He waved his hand, and 3 beams of Buddhist light shot out in all directions, enveloping the 3 devils. The demonic will in the 3 heavenly demons was transformed into a Buddhist nature. Merciful Buddha, the 3 heavenly demons slowly knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Chunsha. Many thanks, Your Highness, for showing us the right path, allowing us to see our true natures and become Buddhas. We've broken free from the heavenly demons and gained great freedom. From now on, Your Highness is our only Buddha. Very good, said Gu Chunsha. Change your names to Righteous Light, Righteous Darkness, and Righteous Hun, or the 3 great Buddhist monks. Assist the Human Dragon Union in fighting the heavenly demons. With your help, the Human Dragon Union will have a much easier time fighting the heavenly demons. Right now, Gu Chunsha could easily crush God-tier experts, but that didn't mean others could toy with them. Chapter 664. For the Sky Demons. The loss of 3 God-rank experts and the supreme treasure, the Tathagata Kasaya, was unbearable. In particular, the Tathagata Kasaya was even stronger than the Divine Prefecture's armor of innumerable fiends. Once Qin Han wore it, ordinary experts of a demon race could do nothing to him. This would allow the Buddhist sect to unleash its greatest power. Moreover, the Tathagata Kasaya's purifying abilities would be greatly enhanced. Even God-rank experts could be purified if they were not careful. I Guang, I Dark, and I Hun have been purified. This way, I can even help the Human Dragon Guild refine the Minute Dust World into a Minor Thousand World. Gu Chunsha calculated. The Minor Divine Province has cultivated a Minor Thousand World over the sea and can completely stop the Great Wei Dynasty's attacks. We can even counterattack. Once more experts have gathered in the Minor Divine Province, we can attack the Great Wei Dynasty instead. After occupying the entire Great Wei Dynasty, we can attack and retreat as we please. Not only will our fortunes increase greatly, we can also spread our civilization and create a golden age that has never been seen before. Since ancient times, the imperial court had always been trapped in the divine prefecture. From time to time, It would be attacked by the demons, plundered by the barbarians, attacked by the pirates of many countries at sea, and invaded by the natives of the desert. In addition, the sects of the eastern wilderness would occasionally come to the divine prefecture to recruit talents. In this way, the imperial court of the divine prefecture lacked talents and resources. It had enemies on all sides and was divided for generations. The people's minds were even enslaved by the many gods. The suffering of the people of the divine prefecture was unimaginable. Ever since the heavenly talisman emperor had appeared, the demons had been suppressed, the gods had been sealed, the barbarians had been exterminated, the immortal Tao had been suppressed, and the overseas territories had been attacked. In the 10 years since the Celestial Commerce Department had taken over, they had already taken over much of the savage continent. Many overseas countries had been incorporated into the imperial court's domain, and the eastern wilderness had even begun to collect taxes from the immortal Tao. In this way, the empire's prosperity was naturally unprecedented. It hadn't been easy for Gu Chansha to build the empire to its current state and alleviate the suffering of the people. There was no way he would allow the people of the divine prefecture to return to their previous state. Gu Chansha had his own plans. He was making all sorts of arrangements, spreading civilization from the sea to the surrounding areas, and increasing the quality of the people. Go. Now, the three of you can completely assist the Human-Dragon Union. Gu Chansha moved slightly and sent Yi Guang, Yi Dark, and Yi Hun back to Sin Province. Now that the three of them had truly become Zen masters, there would be no problem in assisting the Human Dragon League. Gu Chansha's real body didn't need to go down anymore. His doppelganger started to communicate with Qin Han. It wouldn't be a problem for him to completely control the Human Dragon Society. The estrangement between the Human Dragon League and the Tranquil Immortal Department had been completely eliminated. Now, it was purely a cooperation. They would integrate the Buddhist civilization into the civilization of the Divine Central Continent, and they would complement each other. The hidden dangers of the Human Dragon Guild have been completely eliminated. We will now increase our support and let the Human Dragon Guild cultivate into a minor kiliocosm. Gu Chansha's true body sat down in the dimensional realm and discussed with Zhuge Ye, Wenhong, Ji Qingwu, and Tai Xian. It won't be easy for the Human Dragon Guild to cultivate a minor kiliocosm, Tai Xian said. But if we fully support it, it's not impossible. With our current strength, after we help the Human Dragon Guild create a minor kiliocosm, we can completely communicate with the power of the Permitha Golden Mountain. That way, we will have the support of two-dimensional realms. At this level, besides high-end combat power, our accumulation will be comparable to that of the three great celestial masters. That's right. The main thing is the Permitha Golden Mountain. We need to fully develop it and guide it into our alliance. That way, we will be stable. No matter how the world changes, no matter how fierce the demons are, we will not be shaken. Although the all-Dharma realms that the Dharma Saint has just formed are also dimensional realms, compared to the Permitha Golden Mountain, they are far inferior. They are like comparing a strong baby. Wenhong said, as long as we gather enough faith for the Human Dragon League and activate the Permitha Golden Mountain, this mountain will naturally gather in our alliance. This time, my cultivation has received great benefits. I've obtained all the civilization inheritances of the Buddhist sect, allowing me to have sufficient resources. Wenhong's cultivation speed was extremely fast, especially after he obtained the Endless Cauldron. 10,000 types of laws and all sorts of mysteries were growing endlessly within the cauldron. He also borrowed the power of the dimensional world to nurture his cultivation base. Right now, he had reached the 34th transformation of the Tao realm, controlling destiny. If nothing unexpected happened, then he would be able to quickly cultivate to the 35th transformation, Chaos Dust, and the 36th transformation, Embodiment Transformation. Normally speaking, after reaching the 30th transformation, one's realm improvement would be really slow. Some God realm experts might not be able to improve in their entire lives. But Wenhong was different. His luck was so thick that it was unrivaled. Along with the fact that he had made the right choice and obtained many secrets of the Celestial Tranquility Department, just the memories of the Dharma Saint alone was enough to allow him to advance forward without any difficulties on his path of cultivation. Moreover, he also had Chang Yuzhou's memories, as well as the various unique techniques of the Xingqiang clan. Now, he had obtained the vast civilization and cultivation history of countless giants of the Buddhist sect. With such a huge amount of resources, many experts working together to deduce and verify with Zhuge and the others, his cultivation speed naturally surpassed many miracles that had happened since ancient times. Zhuge's cultivation had also reached the Tao Realm 31 transformation, creation from void. Apart from that, the ones who improved the most were the 4 saint beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The 4 saint beast babies had been cultivating non-stop, absorbing the energy of the dimensional realm to cleanse their bodies. Apart from that, they had also used their clones to travel around and had actually obtained many fortuitous encounters. This was especially so for the Black Tortoise baby. Its cultivation had already reached the 29 transformation, comprehending chaos, and it would step into the divine level at any time. When all 4 of the saint beasts had successfully cultivated and stepped into the divine level, the situation would be different. From now on, our cultivation has already entered a normalized state. As long as we have time, everyone will improve rapidly. When Zhuge saw that Gu Chansha had sat down, he knew that he was going to talk about something important. He nodded and said, "From now on, the most important thing for us to do is to decide on a plan of operation. The world is so big, and the way to govern a country is always changing. It's much more complicated than cultivation. My plan is to split it into a few steps. The Great Wei Dynasty's Heavenly Yellow Dragon Emperor's aura has already weakened. Back then, we were very wary of this person, but now, we can easily suppress him." Gu Qinsha said, "First, we'll swallow up the entire Great Wei Dynasty and use it as our base. This way, even if the Divine Land falls, the commoners will be able to move over. We'll have an additional strategic buffer. Moreover, the population of the Great Wei Dynasty is in the tens of billions. If we swallow it up and operate it, the power of wishes that will erupt will be a great nourishment for us. Our medium-class world and the world tree's production capacity will be greatly increased. This is also an urgent matter. According to Bao Ming Er's information, the population of the Great Wei Dynasty has already reached more than 50 billion. Its territory is vast, far above the Divine Land. This is because the Heavenly Yellow Dragon Emperor is also good at governing a country. He has good management skills and good luck." Zhuge said, "Just 3 days ago, we also did some calculations. Right now, the population of our Yanko is already more than 20 billion. Of course, these people were not born, but merged from the immortal Tao mystic sects. After Jin Suebua became a natural-born saint, he gathered many immortal Tao mystic sects, and some of them controlled small countries in the eastern wilderness. Other than that, the population of the Sky Dance Mystic Sect, the Universe Mystic Sect, and the Tai Mystic Sect has also been merged into our Yanko. These people are prepared to be released gradually to develop in the wilderness. The population of the Sky Dance Mystic Sect, the Universe Mystic Sect, and the Tai Mystic Sect has also been merged into our Yanko. That's not bad. We will govern the country. This way, we can release the power of the lesser Kiliacosm." Gu Qinsha knew. If a large number of people were in the lesser Kiliacosm, the entire world would have to divide up a lot of nutrients to feed these people. Now that we have placed these people in the land of infinity and let the land of infinity feed them, we just need to obtain the power of wishes. This way, these people will obtain a vast world of freedom. Exactly, Wen Hong said, "With such a large population, it will be a huge test of governing a country. Even I have to help. With Uncle Wen's help, we will definitely be able to operate the universe with ease." Gu Qinsha was overjoyed. Killing the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor and taking control of the Great Wei Dynasty is just a part of the operation. The black-yellow dragon emperor alone is no match for us, but we have two big enemies. The first is Wan Senshi, and the second is the Dharma Saint. It is almost impossible to destroy these two, so we still need to increase our own strength. I know from Do EU that the true God position of the gods of 5 seasons is in the hands of Xing Qiong Shi. If we can obtain it, the 5 reincarnations of the gods of 5 seasons, Lu Yu and the others, will become thousands of times stronger. Moreover, the true God position is very useful for faith. Xing Qiong Shi is not easy to deal with either, but he's been reborn. He has no foundation and has not cultivated a medium kiliocosm, so he is a little easier than the Dharma Saint. Tai Xian said, however, we still do not have the ability to kill him. Unless Chong Weiyang defeats Do EU and ascends to the Heavenly Lord realm, we will have a chance. I have the same thought as well. Gu Chansha looked into the void. I will wait for this matter to end. If sect leader Wei Yang wins and ascends to the Heavenly Lord realm, many of our plans can be carried out. If the worst-case scenario is that she loses and dies, we have to prepare for a huge commotion. Chapter 665. The battle between Do EU and Chong Weiyang was indeed dangerous. Of course, it was impossible to predict the outcome. There were a few possibilities. First, both of them transcended. Second, both of them died. Third, either one of them died. Fourth, both of them were injured. Gu Chansha believed that the main reason the two of them were fighting was to raise their cultivation to Skylord. Do EU definitely wouldn't use the immortal, slaying God punishing gourd. If that was the case, it meant that deep in her heart, she felt that she wasn't as good as Chong Weiyang. With such a mentality, she wouldn't be able to ascend to Skylord. It might even be impossible in the future. Because of this, Gu Chansha wasn't prepared to watch the battle. Any spectator would put pressure on both sides. Actually, if Gu Chansha witnessed the life and death battle of these two strong people, he would gain a lot of experience. But in reality, Do EU wouldn't let him watch. So everyone could only wait here. Of course, while waiting, Gu Chansha and many others discussed how to deal with the upcoming situation. Sect leader Wei Yang's battle is inevitable. This is the wish of both sides. From the moment the letter of challenge was sent, it couldn't be stopped. Ji Qing Wu said, actually, I am a little envious of sect leader Wei Yang. She lets go when she says so. She's much more carefree than me. Let's just wait and see. Gu Chansha said, we should discuss. If we operate the world, I see that we have absorbed so many people and countries. If we follow my plan, our luck can increase by many times. Now that the population is exploding, our human dragon set is just a drop in the bucket. Zhuge said, of course, we can't let everyone eat the human dragon pill, hold the human dragon sword, and wear the human dragon armor. Without levels, it will cause chaos. Whether a person is noble or not depends on what they eat. Tai Xian said, right now, most of the people in the world still eat normal rice with some Herculean bull meat. As for some rich families, they have spirit fields that can produce spirit rice. Spirit rice is divided into low, middle, and high-grade spirit rice according to the amount of spirit chi it contains. Higher up, some of the higher-ranked geniuses would eat fire dates. The second and third-rate aristocratic families would eat purple-green immortal peaches. As for the higher-ranked families and court officials, they would eat human dragon pills. Could it be that you want to improve the overall quality of people? It's really difficult to open up a spirit field. I have to reach the Tao realm and set up a spirit-gathering formation to watch over it at all times. Gu Chansha said, therefore, the number of spirit fields has always been limited, and the rich have many experts in their families, so they can open up a large number of spirit fields. This has led to the expansion of some of the grand aristocratic families. The old aristocratic families have been suppressed by us, and new aristocratic families have been born. In addition, there have been many fortuitous encounters in the divine central continent. If my guess is correct, many new sage families may emerge in the next few decades. The war between us and the devil race has been going on for a long time. If there are any internal problems, we will immediately fall apart. Right now, there are already internal problems. When Hong said, after the warlock saint cultivated the dimensional realm, his prestige increased greatly. Now, all the aristocratic families have pledged their allegiance to him. If my guess is correct, they will soon form an alliance like us and link up. With the law realm as the center, the Fan family, Lei family, military family, Hong family, Wu family, Hung family, Wen family. These families all have minor chiliocosms. If they unite, their power will immediately surpass ours. At that time, if they start to stir up trouble in the imperial court, it will be very difficult for us to control them. That is a big problem. Zhuge, you said. Fortunately, Your Highness has already cultivated to the 27 transformations of the Tao realm, the seamless realm of two realms. The next 28 transformations is the shattering of vacuum, and the 29 transformations is the comprehension of chaos. Only the 30 changes will create a world. Once you break through, King's transformation path will greatly increase, and you will be able to infiltrate and stir up trouble. Any alliance will fall apart. Of course, I am best at hiding, dividing, suppressing, and sowing discord. Before this, I had neutralized the attacks of Wu Dongkong's Heaven Alliance, Martial Emperor, and Gu Tianjian. The Dharma Saint and Wan Xinchi are no exception. Gu Qinsha said, however, there is another faction that cannot be ignored, and that is the Celestial Designer Institution. It is not easy for me to deal with Gu Huansha. After all, he is the leader of the Celestial Designer Institution, and he has the support of Celestial Master. Celestial Master is on the same level as Wan Xinchi. He will be very difficult to deal with. Recently, the Celestial Designer Institute has been expanding their territory in the Wildlands. They've recruited a lot of talented people, and they've taken over vast tracts of land to build factories, train workers, and even set up residential areas. They're not under our control. As time goes on, they will become a huge problem. Zhuge Yu waved his hand, and instantly a picture appeared. Deep in the Wildlands, the Celestial Designer Institute was carrying out a lot of construction work. Numerous cities, railroads, and iron carriages were being built. In addition to that, large tracts of farmland were being laid out and then surrounded by spirit-gathering spell formations. Apart from that, there were many craftsmen in the cities. All sorts of mechanical weapons appeared. The Celestial Designer Institution walked the path of machinery that even normal people could use. It seemed to be a remnant of the prehistoric civilization. Many people were recruited by the Celestial Designer Institution to become apprentices. However, this was something that the Celestial Designer Bureau couldn't stop. This was because the Celestial Designer Institution had the right to develop independently. Gu Qinsha actually wanted to weaken the Celestial Designer Institution, but the Celestial Master stood behind them. That's an airship made by the Celestial Designer Institution, an aerial battleship. Zhuge Yu then channeled his powers, causing the image to spin. On the vast land of the desolate continent, a dense number of steel, floating battleships could be seen shuttling back and forth in the nine heavens. This was not powered by magical powers, but by machines. That was why it was said that even ordinary people could pilot these battleships. As Gu Qinsha watched, he could sense that the Celestial Designer Institution was building a brand new civilization. Jing Xiu had founded the Holy Sama Empire in the desert, creating a new civilization. However, the truth was that it was a cultivation civilization, one that exploited one's potential and used spiritual energy to build upon the foundation of the 36 elements. The Celestial Designer Institution's civilization didn't require cultivation. It was a purely mechanical civilization that could transform heaven and earth with mechanical engineering techniques. Furthermore, the Celestial Designer Institution was researching medicine, not medicinal pills, but something that could extend one's lifespan, increase one's strength, and unleash destructive power. It was also a prehistoric civilization. At the end of the day, medicinal pills of the immortal Tao were used to assist in cultivation. Cultivation was primarily based on one's comprehension of one's own realm. If one couldn't comprehend one's realm, then no amount of medicinal pills would be of any use. Some of the medicines developed by the Celestial Designer Institution didn't require comprehension of one's realm at all. They simply made one stronger and stronger. Moreover, most of these medicines were used for injections. If the Celestial Designer Institution continued to develop like this, then it wouldn't be long before they became an obstacle to the Celestial Designer Bureau's way of governing. Moreover, the Celestial Master's ideals of governing were completely different from the Bureau's. There would definitely be conflicts in the future. I'll find a chance to learn some things about the prehistoric civilization. They'll definitely be useful to the Bureau's development. I'll find a chance to discuss important matters with her. If there's a chance, I'll meet with the Celestial Master. Although the Celestial Master and Wan Senshi are working together to deal with the Dharma Saint, they won't actually be working together. Perhaps they're both scheming against each other. Gu Qinsha said, Wan Senshi has captured Yuan Lu, and we still haven't rescued her. Our reputation among the immortal Tao mystical sects has suffered. However, Wan Senshi is truly powerful. We don't have a solution for now, so we can only use the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Rescuing Yuan Lu is our first priority, Zhuge Ye said. Wan Senshi isn't easy to deal with, but if the Celestial Master makes a move, we'll be able to distract him. That way, we'll be able to break into the new God Prefecture and rescue Yuan Lu. I agree. It's been a long time since we've worked together. It looks like we'll have to use some tricks, Gu Qinsha said. I'm going to see Gu Huansha right now. Rescuing Yuan Lu is firstly to prevent our tranquil immortal department's reputation from falling. Secondly, Yuan Lu has obtained the heavenly sound dragon zither. Once she's rescued, she'll be a high-end combatant. We have to rescue her as soon as possible. Otherwise, Wan Senshi might refine that heavenly sound dragon zither, Jing Qiu said. I've been keeping an eye on him at all times. I've transformed into Ghost Weep, operating within his microscopic world and grasping his every move. But then again, this god of fortune and longevity is no small matter. It's very likely that he'll obtain the position of god of fortune and longevity. A cold smile appeared on Gu Qinsha's face. This god's fortune is extraordinary, but it's all going to benefit me. That's true, Zhuge Ye said. However, I feel that we still have a chance to find Xing Qiongshi to discuss important matters. This person won't be his enemy, and can even help him form an alliance. Thus, obtaining the position of God of 5 Seasons isn't a bad idea. I've always had this thought. Keeping Xing Qiongshi and cooperating with each other, we can suppress the 3 great heavenly venerables, and even Wan Senshi. Gu Qinsha said, don't be fooled by how old Wan Senshi is and how he talks big. In reality, while the 3 great heavenly venerables are indeed his juniors, their strength might have already surpassed his. In this day and age, it's not just those who live longer who can gain the upper hand. Also, we have to immediately carry out the plan regarding the Master of the Sun and Moon. This person can't fall into the hands of other forces. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be a huge disaster. Chapter 666. Gu Qinsha, Zhuge Ye, and the others came up with a plan. They were all very clear. Although the Celestial Commerce Department had enemies on all sides, they had a strong foundation. The most important thing now was to rope in the various powers, like the Xing Qiong clan and the Celestial Master. They would once again strengthen themselves and increase the number of God-level experts they had. Right now, out of the 16 saints in the Celestial Commerce Department, only Zhuge Ye had reached the God level. If all of them reached the God level, then the operation of the medium-sized world wouldn't be like this. In the end, the Celestial Commerce Department still didn't have enough high-end combat strength. But luckily, Lu Baiwei, the 4th, Jin Suebua, and the others were all people with great luck. They had many fortuitous encounters, and their improvement speed should be faster than Gu Qinsha's. As Gu Qinsha cultivated the heavenly path technique, it was too heaven-defying, and it was hard for him to improve. But each time he improved, his combat strength would increase by tens or even hundreds of times. Right now, With his cultivation of 27 transformations, without using any treasures, he could kill anyone below the saint level in a one-on-one fight. Given time, it wouldn't be a problem for the saints of the celestial calmness department to reach the god level. After all, their talent was already pointing towards the saint level. What the celestial calmness department lacked now was time. His growth rate was just too fast. I will head to the Celestial Designer Institute right now. After everything had been discussed and arranged, Gu Qinsha moved. His real body moved, breaking through the layers of space. In the next moment, he appeared outside the territory of the Heavenly Designer Institution in the Wildlands. His current ability was the 27 transformations, which allowed him to tear through space. He had also melted the all-encompassing shattering cudgel, and he also had the bow of liberation and the arrows of permanence and Nika. These two sets of god equipment also had the ability to manipulate space. With his current ability, his ability to travel through space had already surpassed that of a god-level expert. Once he reached 27 transformations, Gu Qinsha's various abilities would increase by quite a bit. He was like a fish, swimming and changing in space with ease, as simple as eating and drinking. At the same time, in a secret base in the depths of the Heavenly Craftsman Institute, a few people in white robes were holding a syringe. They were injecting a barbarian who was tied up. This barbarian was chained up by a huge iron chain and could not move at all. His eyes shone with hatred. Gu Huansha, Maha Sui Sui, and Maha Lin Feng were currently observing the experiment. They watched as the liquid in the syringe was injected into the barbarian's blood vessels. The barbarian's entire body immediately twitched, and then his muscles squirmed. The various particles in his body were activated, and a powerful force burst forth from his body. This power was not innate stellar energy, nor was it spiritual chi. It was purely a change in one's life form after a certain potential in one's body was stimulated. Rumble. A ferocious smile appeared on the barbarian's face. With a flick of his hands, the chains that bound him were blasted into pieces. After that, he roared and pounced at Gu Huansha. Gu Huansha nodded, and without any visible movement, the barbarian was wrapped up in a bubble. He struggled within the bubble, as if on the verge of suffocation. Very good. This medicine seems to have been developed successfully. It has completely broken away from the essence of the immortal cultivation civilization. Gu Huansha said, "This is the essence of the prehistoric civilization. Activating all the cells in one's body and changing one's genes, rather than relying on self-cultivation and injecting medicine. Since this medicine has been successfully developed, then even without spiritual chi, we can still create powerful existences." Maha Sui Sui said, "This isn't the immortal cultivation system at all. The prehistoric civilization was a mechanical civilization, while the current civilization is a cultivation civilization. The two are completely different, but if developed to the highest level, they should be about the same." Gu Huansha said, "And for ordinary people, the mechanical civilization is more suitable. The immortal civilization requires comprehension, talent, and comprehension of all sorts of realms. If one can't comprehend them, then it's useless even if they use pills. The mechanical civilization's medicine, regardless of talent, can give you power. Anyone can do it. Of course, if you want to increase your strength, you'll have to keep injecting. You can't cultivate by yourself. This is the lowest grade of medicine, right?" Maha Lin Feng said, "After this barbarian is injected, his strength is equivalent to Tao Realm Transformation 3 Copper Skin Iron Bones. His combat strength is really shocking, which means that any normal person, even if they are dumb, would be so strong after injecting this medicine." "Not bad, that is the case." Gu Huansha nodded. "This is what is amazing about the mechanical civilization. It researches the secrets of the body and changes it. It doesn't need the heart to work together. But we have only developed level 1 to level 3 medicine. This medicine is called genetic evolution medicine in the prehistoric civilization. Level 1 medicine can allow one to have strength equivalent to Tao Realm Transformation 3 copper skin, iron bones? Mahalin Feng said, but if it is a normal person with only Tao realm transformation, 3 copper skin, iron bone strength and body, they won't be a match for cultivators of the same realm. After all, techniques, martial arts, and rest can't compare at all. Of course, if a normal person reached the 3rd transformation, who knows how many difficulties and pain they would have to go through. Even if they had treasures to improve their talents, it wouldn't be easy. This is why one's foundations are really firm, and they have rich experience. Naturally, the power from injections can't compare to the power from cultivation, but the strength of one's body, lifespan, and power will be the same, and there won't be any changes. Gu Huansha said, if a normal person wants to reach Tao realm transformation, 3 copper skin, iron bones, even if they have many resources, they will need 10 years or even decades. Now, they just need to inject one. In terms of time and efficiency, it is much faster. Moreover, in the future, the world will change and spiritual energy will disappear. At that time, people won't be able to cultivate and can only rely on the mechanical civilization to turn things around. Maha Sui Sui said, Celestial Lord is probably waiting for such a change. That's right, such a change will definitely come. This will be the so-called end of the era. When the heavenly Tao grows old, there will be a major problem. Spiritual energy will gather and will not disperse. When that happens, living beings will no longer be able to practice cultivation, and many God-level experts will slowly weaken. Unless one cultivates to the celestial realm, even the embodiment transformation of the 36 transformations will require the power of the heavenly Tao. Gu Huansha said, at that time, I think the mechanical civilization will shine. The mechanical civilization relies on external items, while the cultivation civilization relies on one's own heart to control everything. Maha Sui Sui said, it seems like Celestial Lord is planning a huge plan. Such a plan is really huge and has exceeded the changes of an era. Of course, our Celestial Craftsman College has such a philosophy. We will lay low and not fight with calming Celestial Department. We will accumulate strength, and one day, when we go all out, the world will be ours. Gu Huansha moved, and a microscopic world faintly appeared behind her. She had already advanced to the God level. Her cultivation was at Tao Realm 29 transformation, comprehend chaos. Now that she had reached God Realm, it was only natural. Moreover, she seemed to have had many fortuitous encounters. Good thing, good thing. I didn't expect Celestial Craftsman College to have such a good thing. Just at that moment, Gu Chinch's voice rang out, and he appeared beside Gu Huansha. It is you. Gu Huansha's expression changed. Gu Chinsha, you are so bold. Celestial Craftsman College can't be entered without an order. This is an order left by my father. Even if you are a prince, if you enter without permission, you will be executed. I have the I am present gold medallion, so I am already acting according to the order. Gu Chinsha was naturally watertight. Imperial sister, there's no need to panic. I can't be bothered to pry into your Celestial Designer Institute secrets. Our Celestial Tranquility Department's methods aren't inferior to your Celestial Designer Institute's. Although the prehistoric civilization is powerful, spirit chi still exists. The world is filled with spirit chi, and the cultivation civilization is flourishing. We still have the absolute upper hand. As for the disappearance of spirit chi that you mentioned, it may not necessarily happen. Even if it does, it will be in the distant future. The changes in the world can't be calculated with common sense. What do you want to do this time? Gu Huansha frowned. To talk about cooperation. Gu Chansha casually pointed, and a green jade table and chair appeared on the ground. He sat down. I want to borrow the power of the immortal master to deal with Wan Senshi, then destroy the new divine prefecture he created and rescue our people. This Wan Senshi status is even older than the 3 celestial masters, and yet he dares to attack a junior. How detestable. Ha ha ha. Maha Sui Sui laughed. Gu Chinsha, so there's a time for you to be beaten. I like to see you battered and battered. To tell the truth, the Immortal Master has already formed an alliance with Wan Senshi to suppress the calming celestial department. You actually want to cooperate with us? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? Just yesterday, I received the legacies of all the orthodoxies of the Buddhist sect. The memories of the Supreme Buddha and all the heavyweights of the Buddhist sect are all in my world tree. I haven't completely digested them, but just this alone has allowed me to break through to the 27th transformation. Gu Chunsha said slowly, "Next, I will summon a mountain of gold and integrate it into my alliance." What do you think? Do you want a piece of the action? I think with the treasures in the Permitha Golden Mountain, even the Immortal Master would be tempted. What? Hearing this, Gu Huansha's expression changed. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that the world tree in the void of the calming celestial department's alliance had undergone a huge change. So you actually obtained the legacies of the entire Buddhist sect. Such resources are already enough for you to advance to the God realm. Chapter 667. Advancing to God realm is just a matter of time. Gu Chunsha waved his hands. Is Celestial Head interested in working with our calming celestial division? After all, we are all a family. Why do we have to fight and let outsiders benefit us? Once we clear out the various factions, won't there be enough for us to split? For example, if we kill Wan Senshi, the 3 celestial venerables, Dharma Saint, the demon race, etc., we will eat them up and digest them. How will we have time to fight? You are really ambitious. Maha Sui Sui was shocked. She knew how powerful the legacies of the Buddhist sect were. Even if she didn't obtain the Permitha Golden Mountain, she would still be able to obtain the memories of the Supreme Buddhas and the Buddhist sect's heavyweights. It would be extremely beneficial to her cultivation. After reaching the Tao Realm 10 transformations, one had to absorb a lot of knowledge as resources to extract the true essence for her own use. The higher her cultivation, the more hard-working she would be in her studies to obtain more knowledge. The more knowledge she had, the more resources she would have. In the future, when she broke through, she would be able to comprehend and cultivate. The knowledge that Gu Chunsha obtained was pretty much unparalleled in the world. What he needed to do was to extract deep truths from a knowledge and merge them with his own to forge a sane heart. This was the preparation for him to become a saint. How is it so easy to deal with Wan Senshi? Even my mother, Celestial Head, is on the same level as Wan Senshi. Wan Senshi's cultivation has reached Heaven Life Realm, and he has exceeded Celestial Venerables. It is impossible for him to be killed, and it is impossible for him to be sealed. This realm is not something that we can understand. Wan Senshi's true strength hasn't been revealed. He has a medium-sized world, and you haven't even seen it. You just saw him casually create a new god continent, and you think so highly of it? This isn't what a wise man would do. Gu Huansha's eyes flickered as if she wanted to gain enough benefits from Gu Chunsha. Wan Senshi isn't that great. I've joined forces with the Buddhist sect to destroy his chess piece, which is Jing Fanqing. Wan Senshi sealed the small world tree in the Tao querying map that he had refined and gave it to Jing Fanqing. In the end, I obtained it and comprehended the essence within it. Finally, I upgraded the Tree of Desire once again and evolved it into the embryonic form of the World Tree, possessing some of the secrets of the Hongmeng Tree. Your cultivation has already advanced to the God level, so you should be able to tell what kind of changes have occurred to the embryonic form of the World Tree. Gu Chunsha had many trump cards, so he didn't believe that Gu Huansha wouldn't be tempted. You truly do have some skill. If you can obtain Permitha Golden Mountain and combine it with your dimensional realm, then that would truly be invincible. But your immortal calmness division's way of ruling a country doesn't seem to be fused with the teachings of Buddhism. Although you created the Man-Dragon League, you're still extremely vigilant towards the spread of the teachings of Buddhism. You have to be on guard at all times. Maha Linfeng suddenly spoke. I've already reached a perfect agreement with the Buddhist sect to reform their dealings, allowing Qin Han to become the leader of the resurgence of the Buddhist sect. I'll fuse the orthodoxy of the Buddhist sect into the Yonko civilization and the divine prefecture civilization, adding luster to them. Otherwise, do you think that the Buddhist sect would pass all their memories and legacies to me? Gu Chensha was secretly wary of this Maha Linfeng. This man had some tricks up his sleeves and seemed to be proficient in the way of ruling a country. If it was a cultivator who only focused on cultivation and didn't know the way of ruling a country, Gu Chensha wouldn't care at all. He was ultimately unable to reach the highest realm. The final move of the Son of Heaven investiture art was all beings are united. If this move was mastered, it would be able to reverse the heavens and earth and recreate yin and yang. It would have unimaginable and supreme uses. And the foundation of cultivating this move was basically governing a country, allowing all beings to slowly advance according to one's ideals and gradually expand. This was the true essence of this move. I see. No wonder you're so confident. Gu Huan Sha said, in that case, you can name your conditions. I'll see if they're good or not. If I'm satisfied, I might as well promise you. What you want now is nothing more than to protect the face of your Celestial Tranquility Department and rescue Yuan Lu. Isn't that right? Apart from that, you also want to destroy the new divine region, disintegrate the alliance of 10,000 immortals, and fight with Wan Senshi to see what kind of cultivation base this old antique has. This is also my wish. Gu Chensha said, are you crazy? Maha Sui's words were very blunt. You don't have the ability to fight with Wan Senshi. To be honest, even if God Maha appeared and suppressed our Maha clan, we still wouldn't have any chance of winning against Wan Senshi. Let me tell you the truth. Don't think that your Celestial Tranquility Department has cultivated a medium-class world and is very awe-inspiring. But in fact, your foundation is very shallow. Even if you join forces with the three great mystical sects, in Wan Senshi's eyes, you're still nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. The only thing that Wan Senshi is worried about is the golden plate left behind by the heavenly talisman emperor. Besides, your Celestial Tranquility Department has enemies on all sides. The Dharma Sane has joined forces with many aristocratic families, plus the Heavenly Devil Clan and many other devil clans. Yet, you still dare to offend a supreme giant like Wan Senshi at this juncture? Isn't that courting death? Wan Senshi's strength is above the Supreme Buddha. Even if you obtain the Permitha Golden Mountain, it's still impossible for you to defeat Wan Senshi. We have the determination to perish together. Gu Chensha's tone was cold and murderous. The Celestial Tranquility Department is united. If worst comes to worst, we'll just act recklessly and kill as many as we can. I've cultivated the heavenly Tao art, so as long as I deliberately hide, no one in the world can do anything to me. Wan Senshi also can't divine my existence. I'll just destroy everywhere. Who am I afraid of? His words caused Gu Huan Sha's heart to turn cold. However, Gu Huan Sha soon regained her senses. She thought for a while and said, how about this? There's no rush to join forces to deal with Wan Senshi. Let's wait for a few days. How about it? I want to see the battle between Chang Weiyang and Dou Yu. If Chang Weiyang wins and obtains the position of a heavenly venerable, our cooperation will begin immediately. Your Celestial Tranquility Department's alliance has a heavenly venerable suppressing it. It won't be easy for others to topple it. What? Gu Chensha was shocked. The battle between Chang Weiyang and Dou Yu is such a secret. How did you know about it? I didn't know at first, but I know now. Gu Huan Sha said, what can be hidden from the immortal master? Gu Chensha fell silent. It seemed like the immortal master's ability was beyond his imagination. The battle between Chang Weiyang and Dou Yu? Maha Sui's eyes shone. I really want to go and watch the battle. That's not possible. Gu Huan Sha waved her hand. The goal of these two isn't to determine a victor. Instead, they want to give it their all. In the midst of life and death, they will erupt with the true essence of power and break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Therefore, they chose to fight in the exiled lands. This exiled lands is very mysterious. Without reaching the heavenly venerable realm, one can't come out after entering. If the two of them fight there, they will be fighting to the death. I don't dare to enter. What will happen if they fail? Maha Linfeng said calmly. If Chang Weiyang loses and dies, the Celestial Tranquility Department will be in danger. This will be a serious blow to the Celestial Tranquility Department's luck. At the very least, many forces will cause chaos in the world. The days of the Celestial Tranquility Department will not be easy. Gu Huansha echoed. During the previous court meeting, the Celestial Tranquility Department suppressed the aristocratic families of the world and extorted many primordial treasures from them. From then on, the Celestial Tranquility Department's prestige spread throughout both the mortal and immortal paths. Their prestige reached the peak, and the forces of the world did not dare to come out and cause trouble. They obediently listened to the arrangements of the imperial court. Unfortunately, Wan Xinshi captured Yuan Lu and tied her up in the new divine continent. All the cultivators of the world saw her capture the people of the Celestial Tranquility Department. Let alone going to the Celestial Tranquility Department to kill them, they couldn't even rescue them. This was a massive blow to the Celestial Tranquility Department, and their prestige began to fall from the peak. Afterwards, the Dharma Saint advanced to a dimensional realm and gathered all the aristocratic families of the world. The Celestial Tranquility Department's prestige fell even further. Luckily, the Celestial Tranquility Department had already planned this beforehand and won over the 3 great mystical sections. Like this, it offset a great deal of the negative effects. But if Chang Weiyang died in battle, that would be a heavy blow to the Celestial Tranquility Department. A great mystical sect that was in an alliance with the Celestial Tranquility Department, one that could even challenge the Black Heaven Earth Sect's patriarch, was actually killed by Do Eu, a subordinate of 3 Empyreans. If news of this spread out, it would mean that the Celestial Tranquility Department was completely routed by 3 Empyreans. If even Chang Weiyang couldn't be saved, then who would still respect the Celestial Tranquility Department? Naturally, some ambitious people would rise up. At that time, the Celestial Tranquility Department would have to suppress them, and they would be thrown into confusion. Secondly, if the Celestial Tranquility Department's alliance loses a great master like Chang Weiyang, then with the suppression of a divergent, the power of the world will drop by an entire level. Currently, the Celestial Tranquility Department's alliance only has a divergent, Chang Weiyang. That's right. A divergent is no trifling matter. Moreover, Chang Weiyang's prestige can shake the heavens and earth. She is a giant that has dominated the profound immortal path for thousands of years. Once she perishes, I'm afraid some ambitious people within the cosmos' profound immortal path will start to stir. Moreover, they will also lose confidence. Once this confidence is lost, it will spread to the other mystical sections. Once the hearts of the people scatter, it will be hard to lead the team. Maha Linfeng said, So you're saying that if Chang Weiyang advances to the Empyrean realm, she will have the qualifications to cooperate with you? But at that time, the price won't be this. Gu Chunsha said, That's right. We're waiting for this result. Gu Huansha said, We'll discuss it again after the result comes out. Very good. Since that's the case, then I'll bid my farewells. Gu Chinch's figure flickered and disappeared from sight. Maha Sui looked at his departing figure and coldly snorted. This person wants to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf again. He wants us to fight against Wan Xinshi and weaken our strength. That's simply wishful thinking. Back then, he used this scheme to split Wu Dangkong and the others into pieces, making them wish they were dead. Now, he's using this against us. How is that possible? Gu Huansha said, Pay attention. We have to grasp this opportunity. If Chang Weiyang perishes, then we'll immediately contact Wan Xinshi and the Dharma Saint. While suppressing the Celestial Tranquility Department, we'll expand the scale of our Celestial Designer Institute and promote the genetic evolution medicine. It's much better than whatever human dragon pellet. The good days of the Celestial Tranquility Department are coming to an end. Chapter 668. Male, the Prehistoric Civilization of the Celestial Designer Institute. genetic evolution fluid is indeed extraordinary. After Gu Chansha left the Heavenly Craft Institute, a thought entered his mind, and a lot of information flowed in. Finally, it was the formula and information of the genetic evolution fluid. With his cultivation of the heavenly Tao art and his own knowledge, it was as easy as flipping his palm for him to steal some secrets. Even the immortal master and Wan Xinshi would not be able to stop him. However, even if he obtained some information on this genetic evolution fluid and wanted to create it in a short period of time, it would not be difficult. However, what he obtained was only low-level information. At most, he would only be able to create a basic genetic evolution fluid. Create. On Gu Chincha's palm, countless amounts of magic power were activated and condensed. After a full hour, a ball of liquid appeared in his palm. This liquid was dark green in color. He had used the cultivation of the heavenly Tao technique to create this primary gene evolution liquid. The prehistoric mechanical civilization completely relied on external objects. The term gene is also present in the heavenly talisman tome. From this, it can be seen that Royal Father has long since seen through the logic of the mechanical civilization. Gu Chansha analyzed the liquid as he sank into deep contemplation. His current ability to calculate had already reached the realm of being able to multitask 1 billion times at once. In other words, in an instant, he could calculate the future path 1 billion times. Such ability to calculate and analyze was something that even saints could not compare to. Not long after, the various effects and fundamental structure of this liquid, as well as gains and losses, were completely grasped in his mind. Genes are the basic structure of living beings and the password that controls all birth, aging, sickness, and death. They are also a mysterious existence that maintains the characteristics of inheritance. Gu Chansha thought about it carefully. Why are the offspring of humans born from a union of humans still human and not wild beasts or holy beasts? It's because of genetic inheritance and legacy. And this liquid changes the nature of genes. From a certain point of view, after injecting it, one would no longer be a person in the traditional sense. The gene evolution fluid was very overbearing. For example, the basic gene evolution fluid, after injecting it, one's physical strength would reach a level comparable to that of Tao Realm Transformation 3. But after injecting it, one wouldn't be able to cultivate Xiantian earth energy and wouldn't be able to absorb spiritual energy to change one's body. This was because the meridians and acupoints in one's body would all disappear. Even one's brain structure would undergo some sort of destruction and evolution. If a person's strength wanted to increase a step further, they would need to inject a higher grade of evolution fluid. Everything depended on the assistance of external objects. They did not cultivate themselves. This was a characteristic of the prehistoric mechanical civilization. They took the path of studying foreign objects and using them to assist their own evolution. Of course, when this path was taken to the extreme, it could also produce extremely powerful abilities. In the prehistoric civilization, just by relying on external objects, there were supreme existences that could rival sages and even celestial venerables. In fact, regardless of whether it was the heart or the external world, in the end, they were all different paths leading to the same destination. There were no clear distinctions, and civilization was all great. This gene evolution fluid is really amazing. Once it is spread out, numerous commoners will choose to inject it and not cultivate. Gu Chansha could imagine that there were over 20 billion people in Yonko, and there were less than 100 million who could reach Tao Realm Transformation 3. Not to mention Tao Realm Transformation 3, even those who stepped into Tao Realm had barely broken through 100 million. This ratio was actually really high. This meant that out of every 200 people, there would be one Tao Realm expert. This was simply a rapid development. 10 years ago, one wouldn't be able to find a single Tao Realm expert out of 10 million people. Even martial arts grandmasters were rare. When Gu Chansha debuted, the Black Demon Bat and the other old demons could cause chaos. Now that 10 years had passed, If the black demon bat was still around, some traveling scholars would have killed him. The imperial court wouldn't even have to deal with him. Most of the commoners were still below Tao realm. This was something that couldn't be helped, as there was a huge gap between mortal realm and Tao realm. One had to comprehend it in order to cultivate. No matter how many resources one had, there were still some obstacles. Many commoners were unable to comprehend it in their entire lives. Thus, this gene evolution fluid had a huge market, and it even exceeded the human dragon pill. It seems like the Celestial Designer Institute is really ambitious. Gu Qinsha thought about it once more, but the most important thing is that I can't care so much. It is the people's own choice. Since there is no hope of reaching Tao realm, injecting the gene evolution fluid is also something I can't do. I can't block the path of the commoners. He directly sent the gene evolution fluid into the medium-sized world for Zhugeya and the others to study and deduce. Rather than letting the Celestial Designer Institute control it, why not let the calming Celestial Department control it? Moreover, maybe the spiritual energy would really disappear and one wouldn't be able to cultivate. This gene evolution fluid would be really useful. I need to find a chance to steal all the information from the Celestial Designer Institute and obtain the entire legacy. That way, I will be more knowledgeable and accumulate more knowledge. Gu Qinsha's body moved, and he used the power of the medium-sized world to wrap himself up. He entered the chaotic space currents and headed towards where Xing Qiongshi was. He found out where Xing Qiongshi was hiding from Do Yu. Since Xing Qiongshi failed to activate the Divine God State Technique 100, he had been in hiding. Even when Wu Dangkong refined the armor, he didn't appear. From this, one could see how badly injured he was. Do Yu even tricked Gu Qinsha to kill Xing Qiongshi. Back then, Gu Qinsha didn't agree, but now that his cultivation had increased and the world tree had evolved again, he had the confidence to find Xing Qiongshi. Of course, he wasn't going to kill Xing Qiongshi. He didn't have the ability to do so yet. Xing Qiongxi's cultivation was no lower than Wan Senchi's. If he could kill him, he would have already killed Wan Senchi. He wanted to negotiate with Xing Qiongshi. At the very least, he had cooperated with Xing Qiongshi in the past. He believed that the King of Outliers would come to some kind of agreement with him. Xing Qiongshi had been unlucky. After escaping, he placed all his bets on Wu Dangkong. Unfortunately, Wu Dangkong was a traitor himself. He wanted to break free from Xing Qiongxi's control, and he finally succeeded. With the power of the medium-sized world, Gu Qinsha, and his own heavenly law cultivation, he could move through the chaotic space currents with ease. Soon, he reached the depths of the mysterious world. The space-time storms in front of him were getting fiercer and fiercer. Even gods couldn't enter them. Gu Qinsha could feel that the vast space around him was filled with twisting storms that could easily destroy a microscopic world. In other words, if a god came here, they would be no different from an ant when facing the enormous power of the chaotic space currents. Fortunately, Gu Qinsha was using the power of a medium-sized world. A medium-sized world was many times stronger than a microscopic world. Its power surrounded him, and no space-time storms could do anything to him. If he hadn't cultivated a medium-sized world, even if it was a small world, Gu Qinsha wouldn't have been able to enter the depths. No wonder ordinary gods, even saints, don't want to enter the depths of the chaotic space currents. It's too dangerous. Gu Qinsha sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger in his heart. He hurriedly withdrew his power and dodged far away. Rumble. Just as he dodged, a ball of lightning suddenly exploded where he was, sweeping up a large area of space-time turbulence. This was divine lightning that exploded in space. Just like in the sky, when the yin and yang energies exploded, the spatial divine lightning in the chaotic space currents was much stronger than the divine lightning. This lightning was the result of the power of the chaotic space currents fermenting to the extreme. When it suddenly exploded, the spatial destructive power it produced could even damage a small kiliocosm. Therefore, normally, A small kiliocosm would stay in a space-time not too far away from the land of Endless, in case it was affected by the divine lightning. Gu Qinsha had just dodged the shockwave of the divine lightning. Otherwise, he would have used up a lot of the world's power. As he slowly moved forward, he approached the place that Do Yu had mentioned. In the depths of the chaotic space currents, a huge bubble floated. It seemed to be a world, a small kiliocosm. There was a figure sitting inside, emitting endless, baleful energy. This was Xing Qiongshi. Xing Qiongshi was hidden in this small kiliocosm. His cultivation could even be compared to Wan Senshi. In fact, if he cultivated to the 100th level of the Divine Land, even Wan Senshi would have to admit defeat. But right now, he could only create a small kiliocosm. There was no way he could create a medium-sized world. He had once created a medium-sized world of his own, but it was destroyed. How could it be that easy to create a new one now? The power of the heavens Tao is limitless. Gu Qinsha channeled his cultivation state and sent out a ripple that clashed with this small kiliocosm, sending his consciousness in. Senior Xing Qiongshi, are you here? This consciousness contained the unparalleled mysteries of a medium-sized world. Gu Qinsha believed that Xing Qiongshi could sense it. To think that you would be able to find your way here. Not long after Gu Qinsha sent out his consciousness, a figure materialized in front of Gu Qinsha. This figure was extremely domineering. He was tall and had black hair that draped over his shoulders, as though he was the king of millions of demons. His face was extremely perfect without any flaws. This was an aura that Gu Qinsha had never seen before. Seemed like Xing Qiongshi had comprehended something once more. Senior, you seem to have a problem with me? Gu Qinsha knew that this Xing Qiongshi was just an incarnation. Xing Qiongxi's real body was in the depths of that small kiliocosm. He had no idea what he was cultivating. I've underestimated the heavenly talisman emperor. To think that I couldn't even complete the 100th level of the divine land, causing me to be heavily injured and unable to execute my plans. Even that Wu Dangkong broke free from my control and refined my divine land myriad ferocious armor. As for you, you've even cultivated a medium-sized world. Even I can't do anything to you now. Xing Qiongshi spoke. Indeed, the world has changed. The speed of your growth is so fast that even I'm dumbfounded. Chapter 669. You placed all your treasures on Wu Dangkong. That was a huge mistake. Gu Qinsha said, that woman goes back on her word. She's the best at betraying her companions. It's normal for you to be betrayed by her. If you had joined forces with me in the past, then this wouldn't have happened. Boy, you have a sharp tongue, but my goal is to plunder the entire divine continent and fuse it with me. I want to reach the 100th stage of the divine continent. You little fellows swore to protect the divine continent with your lives, but in the future you will definitely harm me. But that Wu Dangkong is different. For the sake of her own cultivation base, she is absolutely willing to sell off the divine continent. Can you do the same? You're truly worthy of being called Xing Qiongshi. You have a profound vision. You were able to see the essence of the problem with a single glance. Gu Qinsha gave him a thumbs up. It's true that we can't let you refine the entire central divine continent. Of course, you won't be able to refine it yourself either. Being heavily wounded is an example of that. I came here today because I want to join forces with you to deal with a powerful existence. He created the new divine continent, and if you swallow it up, you will be able to recover from your injuries. Although the new divine continent isn't the true divine continent, it still contains that old antique's understanding of it. Are you speaking of Wan Senshi? Xing Qiongshi asked. He seemed to know everything, and there was no way he could hide anything from him. Lord Xing Qiongshi is truly extraordinary. To think you even know this. As Gu Qinsha spoke, he revolved the strength of his dimensional realm, staying on guard at all times. Right now, he naturally wasn't a match for Xing Qiongshi. Even stimulating the strength of his dimensional realm was useless. Firstly, it was impossible for him to display the greatest power of his dimensional realm. Secondly, Xing Qingshi's cultivation base was truly heaven-shaking. After his rebirth, he had taken another step forward. If he could deal with Xing Qingshi, then he could deal with Wan Senshi. Of course, if he wanted to use the strength of a dimensional realm to escape, it would be impossible for Xing Qiong to kill him. Wan Senshi is much older than me. He is an old monster born in the Big Bang of chaos. He has an innate body and is extremely powerful. He has cultivated to the longevity realm and lives as long as heaven and earth. Unless I have mastered the 100th layer of the Divine Land's body and become one with the Divine Land, I can only kill and suppress him. Otherwise, even if I recover all my strength, I will only be on par with him. How can you contact me to deal with him? What's in it for me? Xing Qiong said, it's not impossible for you to assimilate into the Central Divine Prefecture. Gu Qinsha said, if you're willing to protect the Central Divine Prefecture, nurture its people, and resist the devils, then I can allow you to merge with the Divine Prefecture. What do you think? What did you say? Xing Qiong didn't seem to understand. He stared fixedly at Gu Qinsha, waiting for Gu Qinsha to continue. What I'm trying to say is that you wanted to devour the Divine Central Continent. But have you ever thought about it? The Divine Central Continent is the center of the endless mainland, and the endless mainland is the center of the infinite worlds. In fact, it's the center of space and time in the universe. In fact, the will of the endless mainland might even devour you, turning you into a target for all. At that time, you would once again be surrounded and attacked like you were all those years ago. Gu Qinsha spoke frankly and eloquently. He had obtained all the teachings and legacies of the Buddhist sect, and his words were filled with incitement. It could be said that when he opened his mouth, heavenly flowers would rain down, golden lotuses would spring up from the ground, rocks would nod, and heavenly demons would lay down their butcher's knife and become Buddhas. The Buddhist sect's strongest point wasn't their techniques, nor were they their techniques. It was their Tao of debate, debating the truth of the universe. They could practically refute all the major existences to the point of speechlessness. Even though Gu Qinsha hadn't completely digested all the Tao of debate of the Buddhist sect, he had gradually begun to distill the essence within them. Go on. Xing Qingshu knew that Gu Qinsha had touched on a key point. I've recently gained enlightenment about the most crucial thing, and that is the conversion of yin and yang, the exchange of life and death, and the birth of yang when yin is extreme. This is the so-called Tao of Buddhism and demons, and it's all within a single thought. Xing Qingshu, your principle is to plunder and assimilate the divine prefecture into your own body. Such a method is naturally an unparalleled overlord, and you live up to your reputation as the fiercest #1 evildoer of the divine prefecture. However, if you think about it from another perspective, why don't you take the extreme path of transformation and transform it into a great offering? Instead of plundering the divine prefecture, you fuse yourself into it and strengthen the transformation of the entire continent, abandoning your own body to attain a higher level of sublimation. Gu Qinsha paused for a moment, then continued. When the so-called great plunder reaches the extreme, even the slightest transformation is a great offering. The Central Divine Prefecture is the node of all worlds, and it's currently flourishing with fortune and endless fortuitous encounters. Everyone wants to obtain fortuitous encounters from the Central Divine Prefecture. But if we think about it from another perspective, what if we don't obtain fortuitous encounters from the Central Divine Prefecture, but instead worship it? Wouldn't that open up a whole new world? After saying this, he suddenly looked at Xing Qingshu. I think that this is the key to cultivating the Divine Prefecture's 100 layers. As for whether you believe me or not, that'll depend on your ability to comprehend it. I believe that with your current realm, you should be able to comprehend the essence of it. You're saying that you want me to give up on the idea of plundering the Divine Prefecture and instead sacrifice myself in order to gain courage and make a great offering, fuse myself into the divine prefecture, and take the other extreme path. Unexpectedly, Xing Qiongshi didn't get angry. Are you trying to trick me into dying? You're quite bold. The logic behind it is very profound. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Exalted Xing Qiongshi, you know how powerful the divine prefecture's 100 layers are. Even if you don't succeed, you can still destroy a minor kiliacosm with a single punch. If you succeed, you might even be able to destroy a medium kiliacosm. The so-called 3 layers are celestial, celestial longevity, celestial origin, and creation of heaven and earth. Since the great explosion of primal chaos, no living being has ever reached the celestial origin realm. But your divine prefecture's 100 layers points directly to celestial origin. If you succeed, doesn't that mean that anyone can succeed? In any case, I'm just offering you an idea. It's up to you to choose. In any case, if you want to walk the path that no one has walked before, you have to do extraordinary things. That's all I'm saying. Xing Qiongshi fell silent. He hadn't thought of that. The 100th layer of the divine continent's body was to refine the entire divine central continent, fuse oneself with the divine continent, and achieve a great realm that no one had been able to achieve since ancient times. But he also knew that it was impossible for him to refine the divine central continent. He had a feeling that he might have taken a wrong path. Gu Qinsha's suggestion was that he might as well change his way of thinking, fuse himself into the divine prefecture of the Central Plains, and make a contribution to it. Perhaps that would give him unimaginable results, but it was also extremely dangerous. If he didn't succeed, he would die, and his body would become nourishment for the Central Plains. Gu Qinsha's suggestion wasn't to harm him, but to provide another way of thinking. As the saying went, when yin and yang were exhausted, the Tao would change. Your way of thinking is that the Tao will change, and when everything is exhausted, it will reverse. Xing Qiongshi was actually considering Gu Qinsha's suggestion. In order to achieve extraordinary things, we must use extraordinary methods. I didn't expect you to provide me with such a way of thinking. What a wild imagination. This will be extremely beneficial to your celestial commerce department. After all, the karmic luck of the Central Plains is managed by your celestial commerce department, and if you persuade me, there will be an enormous amount of karmic luck. If I fuse with the karmic luck of the Central Plains, then the invasion of the demon realm will immediately collapse, and you might even be able to fight your way into the demon realm. In addition, the divine prefecture's earth and chi will become incomparably dense, and the divine prefecture of the Central Plains will give back power to your celestial commerce department. This power and karmic luck will definitely be enormous, and you might even be able to directly cultivate to the God realm, Saint realm, or even celestial realm. What a wishful thinking you have. If I were to argue with you like this, it would be like talking to a supreme Buddha. You could even convince a heavenly demon to convert. At this time, Gu Qinsha's debate and bewitchment had already begun to show some of the flair of an ancient Buddha. There's one more thing. Lord Xing Qiongshi, with the help of our celestial commerce department, you might not perish. If you fuse with the Central Plains and fail to comprehend the divine prefecture's 100 layers of 6 paths, then you will naturally perish. However, our celestial commerce department and the imperial court will worship you as a hero who saved the Central Plains. If even the Dharma saint can be resurrected, then given your cultivation base and the changes to the heavenly Taos, anything can happen. In addition, my cultivation base will explode at that time, and I might even be a celestial realm. Wouldn't resurrecting you be a piece of cake? Gu Qinsha continued. Even if you resurrect with just a sliver of your will and no longer have any cultivation base, with the experience of fusing with the Central Plains, you might be able to truly comprehend the heavenly origin realm. At that time, wouldn't killing the 3 celestial realms be a piece of cake? If we don't do this, then Xing Qiongshi, I can say that you will never be able to kill the 3 celestial realms in your entire life. In fact, you might even be killed and refined by the 3 celestial realms, adding new hatred to your old enmity. The three celestial realms might have all reached the celestial life realm, and they have all cultivated dimensional realms. As for your current location, it was Doyu who told me. From this, it can be seen that your every move is within the grasp of the three celestial realms. You are currently in extreme danger, and if the three celestial realms succeed in their plans for the Grand Mist Tree, then it will be your doomsday. Xing Qiongshi was still thinking. Gu Chunsha continued. In truth, don't look at how Wan Senshi is flaunting his seniority and is indeed the senior of the three celestial realms. However, with the strength of the three celestial realms, it is likely that they have caught up to him later on. It is just that they are too busy or are deliberately acting weak. I can say with certainty that if Wan Senshi and the three celestial realms oppose each other, then in the future, Wan Senshi will definitely be exterminated by the three celestial realms. There will be no chance of him surviving. The same goes for you. So if you cooperate with us, you will have 100 advantages and no disadvantages. Let's first deal with Wan Senshi and build trust between us. Then we can execute our grand plan. Chapter 670. Working with the pacifying immortal agency does have its benefits. Xing Qiong thought for a while. The plan you just mentioned is watertight, and I do need the pacifying immortal agency's sacrifices. Right now, it controls a lot of people, and it's good at running a country. If it can be sacrificed to me, I'll be able to form a medium-sized world. Sacrificing you isn't a problem, but you have to do something for the court and the country. As long as you've done something, we can sacrifice you. I'm going to build a hall of heroes to worship heroes who've done great things for the country and humanity. One hall is a world. In the world of the Hall of Heroes, sacrifices will be made according to how much you've done. Gu Qinsha said, if Master Xing Qiong can merge with the Divine Land, you'll definitely make the greatest contribution. The sacrifices you make will be unparalleled in history. I need to think about this carefully. Xing Qiongshir's body suddenly moved. Instantly, the minor chiliocosm behind him started to shrink and enter this incarnation. Xing Qiongshir's face changed once again, turning into a gentlemanly man dressed in simple hemp garments and straw sandals. There was no baleful aura about him at all. Anyone who saw him would think that he was the most ancient Taoist sage or a grand scholar. No one would think that he was the #1 fiend of the divine prefecture, someone who had torn apart several heavenly suns in the ancient times. Xing Qiong's cultivation has improved again. Working with him is a double-edged sword. It hurts both sides. I have to make good use of it. Gu Qinsha was shocked. What he was doing was dancing on the tip of a knife. He was asking a tiger for its skin and inviting a wolf into his house. If he wasn't careful, he'd fall into Xing Qiong's trap. This was a battle of wits and courage. Gu Qinsha was more than happy to play such a dangerous game. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly, and he had also obtained all of the ancient Buddhist sect civilization. His every move could be prepared according to Xing Qiongshir's mentality, and he could make all sorts of changes at will. His cultivation was far from being a match for Xing Qiongshir, but in the depths of his heart, he had a feeling that he could control Xing Qiongshir. He had a feeling similar to the ancient school of vertical and horizontal. They used their silver tongues to roam freely among the feudal vassals. With a single word, they could destroy a country, and with a single word, they could bring about prosperity. This was the pinnacle of the human heart. After figuring this out, Gu Qinsha had a vague feeling that he was about to have a breakthrough. Grasping the human heart was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. So the final move of the Son of Heaven's investiture art was, all beings are united. This time, he came to Xing Qiongshir after careful consideration. This was the only thing that could convince Xing Qiongshir. The temptation of the 100th layer of the Divine Land's body was enough to make Xing Qiongshir give up everything. It's normal to think about it carefully. Such a big matter has to be investigated. Gu Qinsha said, however, I'd like to learn the secrets of the 99th level of the Divine Prefecture technique from Lord Xingqiang. That way, I'll be able to better understand the central Divine Prefecture and prepare for our plans. At the end of the day, you still want to learn the secrets of the Divine Land Revolution from me? A meaningful look appeared on Xing Qiangshi's face. That's not impossible. I'll need your help to fuse the Divine Continents techniques. In any case, you've already learned the 72 stages of my Divine Continent technique. What's the harm in teaching you the rest of the techniques? Not only will I teach you the secrets of the 99th level, but I'll also teach you the secrets of the 100th level. Let's see if you can help me comprehend the 100th level. Since you've cultivated the heavenly Tao art, you're a perfect test subject. Even if you hadn't made this request, I would have still taught you the Divine Continent technique. It's best that you make this request now. As he spoke, Xing Qiangshi's eyes flickered, and a peerlessly profound comprehension of the Divine Land was transmitted to him. Gu Qinsha's mind jolted, and he completely accepted this profound intent. Sure enough, this was the secret to fusing the 99th level of the Divine Land body with the 100th level. He immediately began to calculate, and he gained a more detailed understanding of the Divine Land's body. He obtained even more resources, which he couldn't digest in a short time. How was the Divine Land's body? Compared to the great massacre divine art, how is it lacking? Xing Qiangshi asked. I can't judge that for now, because I haven't cultivated the great massacre divine art to the highest level yet. Gu Qinsha said, how about this? Lord Xing Qiangshi can come to my dimensional realm and have a chat. How about we talk about important matters? At that time, it's not just the great massacre divine art, but even the Son of Heaven's God sealing art, the ancient Buddhist sect secret techniques, and even the various techniques I've obtained. Lord Xing Qiangshi can take a look at them, and even practice and learn them. Oh, your calm celestial department is actually so generous? Xing Qiangshi was a little moved. All rivers run into the sea, and those who are tolerant are great. Cultivation techniques don't represent everything. On the contrary, having a profound cultivation technique can actually be a burden at times. At Lord Xing Qiangshi's level, cultivation techniques are actually not important anymore. Gu Qinsha said, could it be that Xing Qiangshi thinks that I'm setting up a trap to trap and kill you? If you save up for a few more decades and expand the world to another level, your population will surpass 100 billion, and your dimensional realm will be filled with a huge amount of faith energy. You really might have the ability to trap and kill me, but it's still too early. I want to see what your dimensional realm is like. Xing Qiangshi naturally wasn't afraid. His cultivation had reached the celestial longevity realm, and even the immortal, slaying god flying dagger hadn't been able to kill him. The two quickly passed through the space-time turbulence and arrived near the land of infinity. Because of the endless world suppression, the surrounding space-time turbulence was a peaceful harbor, perfect for a dimensional realm to anchor. The two directly entered the dimensional realm and arrived in front of the world tree. At this time, the powerhouses of the calm celestial department's alliance received the news and came out to greet them. Lord Xing Qiangshi, it's my honor to have you come to my dimensional realm. I hope that we can work together and create a situation that has never been seen before. Zhuge took the lead. Two lords of 7 stars. Xing Qiangshi glanced at Zhuge and nodded. Not bad at all. The enmity between me and Jiang Gongwang was actually very simple. But now that Jiang Gongwang has merged with this dimensional realm, and you've inherited all of his profundities, the enmity of the past is written off. Afterwards, his gaze swept over many people in front of him. Tai Xiandu, Ji Qingwu, Lu Baiwei, Gu Huasha, and finally stopped on Wenhong's face. He looked him up and down. As expected of the Son of Heaven's will. Although you didn't receive the heavenly sacrificial talisman, it's actually a good thing. Otherwise, if you become the Son of Heaven, you'll have to bear the burden of karma. You'll definitely die in the future, and your cultivation will all be absorbed by the talisman. Since ancient times, the Son of Heaven has never had a good ending. It seems that the heavenly talisman Great Emperor treats you well. I can't do such a divine art. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation has already surpassed our imaginations. If I can see him in person, my life won't be in vain. As he spoke, Xing Qiongshi looked at the highest point of the dimensional realm. There was a golden plate that shone like a blazing sun. This was the golden plate that even Wan Xinshi, the three celestial sovereigns, and countless other powerful existences feared. They couldn't resist it at all. The words, as if I were here in person, were written on it, and they displayed an unfathomable power. Even with Xing Qiongshi's current cultivation, he knew that if he tried to grab this golden plate, it would be difficult for him to withstand its counterattack. He was eager to try, but in the end, he didn't. After a long time, he sighed. Everyone present saw his reaction, and they looked at each other. They knew that this peerless savage was still afraid. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Xing Qiongshi sat under the world tree and said amazing 3 times. Then his gaze softened. Chang Weiyang actually fought Do Yu to the death. He found a good opponent and wants to break through to the celestial sovereign level. I just don't know who won and who lost. You can't even divine this. Gu Chansha said, since Lord Xing Qiongshi has come to our dimensional realm as a guest, it means that all grudges of the past have been written off. I wonder if Lord Xing Qiongshi wants to take back the divine prefecture ominous armor? Wu Dangkong has already joined forces with the Dharma Saint. Xing Qiongshi seemed to know a lot of information. The Dharma Saint's wife is actually the daughter of the primordial heart demon, the highest ancestor of the celestial demon clan. The descendants of the legalists also have the bloodline of the celestial demon, so the Dharma Saint wants to push for his spirit and demon fusion plan. There's actually such a thing. Although Gu Chansha had received a lot of information, this was the first time he had heard of this. From this, it could be seen how deeply the Dharma Saint had hidden himself. This is really shocking news. Even I didn't expect it. If that's the case, then it can explain why the Dharma Saint was able to obtain the support of the Celestial Demon Clan. When Hong's eyes flashed, I know the structure of the Celestial Demon Clan in the ancient era, and there are also secrets in the Buddhist sect's information. Gu Qinsha said, but I don't know the structure of the Celestial Demon Clan now. After all, the ancient Buddhist sect was also severed in the ancient era. Now, many Buddhas have actually died, and the Permethought Golden Mountain is just an instinctive will. That's right. Xing Qiongshi nodded. Although the Dharma Saint is a junior, his schemes are no less than the 3 great celestial masters. In truth, he has already secretly fallen in love with the Heavenly Demon Clan, and that woman has control over the highest decisions of the Celestial Demon Clan. Of course, even many of the old antiques in the Celestial Demon Clan might not know about this. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet is because he is still cultivating a most crucial technique. He wants to refine the primordial demon heart left behind by the primordial heart demon. This primordial demon heart is a relic left behind by the primordial heart demon, and not only does it contain the highest secrets of the demonic path, it also holds the key to the Celestial Demon Clan's dimensional realm. If he refines it, he will truly be able to control the Celestial Demon Clan's dimensional realm. Chapter 671. The Dharma Saint actually had such a secret. If not for Xing Qiongshi, no one in the Tranquil Immortal Department would have known about it. However, this also explained why the Heavenly Demon Clan was willing to pay any price to help the Dharma Saint ascend to a medium-class world. The Warlock Saint was going to lead the Heavenly Demon race very soon. His power was no longer the human aristocratic family of the past. Instead, he was going to be a superpower. In fact, he was going to become a supreme overlord that was comparable to the immortal masters and immortal masters. Primordial Demon Heart. Gu Chansha had obtained many secrets of the Buddhist sect, and he knew what the primordial demon heart was. It was the ancestor of all devils, the source of all evil, and the key to controlling the various demon realms. It was also because of the existence of the primordial demon heart that God Maha had not completely controlled the demon realms, nor had he subdued the Heavenly Demon Clan. This resulted in the Heavenly Demon Clan and the Sovereign Demon Clan being on equal footing in the demon realms. Neither had the upper hand. Ever since God Maha had been sealed, the Sovereign Demon Clan, the Maha clan, had begun to weaken. They had no choice but to join forces with the Immortal Master to prevent themselves from being destroyed. Some of these relationships were very complicated. Of course, the Dharma Saint will definitely become a major figure in the future, but the most terrifying one is not the Dharma Saint. Xing Qiongshi said, "It's not the three heavenly sovereigns, and it's not Wan Senshi. It's the Great Spirit God." Gu Qinsha said calmly. "That's right, it's the Great Spirit God." Xing Qiongshi looked at Gu Qinsha with admiration. He has already devoured the sorcerer ancestor and is about to complete the final transformation. Once he succeeds, his cultivation will not be any lower than Wan Senshi's. Moreover, his arrangements are even more profound than Wan Senshi's, and he has many hidden methods. Apart from that, he has also obtained the god oaths of many of the deified true gods. This is just the gods wanting him to break the seal and release them from the outside. Once the true gods are released, they will worship him as the king of gods. Even God Maha is no exception. Where's the Great Spirit God now? Wen Hong asked. I don't know. Xing Qiongshi shook his head. I'm unable to divine the existence of this god. If I could divine him so easily, I'm afraid he wouldn't be the Great Spirit God. We don't have any leads or solutions for the mighty miracle gods matter for the time being. Fortunately, the chess piece he set up is the ancient bullet sword. Through the ancient bullet sword, we can ferret him out. Gu Qinsha said. He then changed the topic. Lord Xing Qiongshi, I heard from Do Yu that you killed a few ancient heavenly sons back then, along with the gods of 5 seasons who were by his side. Is that why the gods of 5 seasons' throne fell into your hands? No. A look of ridicule appeared on Xing Qiongshi's face. It was the 3 heavenly lords who killed the gods of seasons. It has nothing to do with me. The 3 heavenly lords impersonated me, and the true god seed of the gods of seasons has fallen into the hands of the 3 heavenly lords. If I'm not wrong, it should be in the hands of Do Yu. What a cunning woman. Gu Qinsha knew that Xing Qiongshi wouldn't lie. Do Yu, on the other hand, was feigning civility. It was hard to guess what she was thinking. Your subordinate is the reincarnation of the gods of 5 seasons. If he can obtain the throne of the gods of 5 seasons, then he will be perfect. Xing Qiongshi continued to observe the dimensional world. If the gods of 5 seasons return to their positions, then the cycle of seasons, the changes of yin and yang will be perfect. The power of this world will be flawless. Even if I were to be inside, I might not be able to escape. Of course, if you add in the Lord of the Sun Moon and refine them into the world, then the Sun Moon will be perfect. It will surpass any dimensional world. Even the worlds of the 3 heavenly lords added together won't be a match for the common people's wish of your celestial commerce department. So Lord Xing Qiongshi also knows about the Lord of the Sun Moon. Gu Qinsha was also searching for the Lord of the Sun Moon, but he had no clue. He naturally knew how strong the Lord of the Sun Moon was. Since ancient times, there had only been sons of heaven who had appeared, but the Lord of the Sun Moon had never appeared. From this, one could see how tyrannical the Lord of the Sun Moon was. The reason why I came to your dimensional space this time is that I want to find the master of the Sun Moon with your luck. But what you have said has opened a new path for me. It has given me hope to cultivate the 100th level of the Divine Land Great Method. Other than that, I also want to comprehend the secrets of the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor. Xing Qiongshi bluntly said. In return, I will restrain Wan Senshi and allow you to rescue that Yuan Lu. Since that's the case, Lord Xing Qiongshi, please make your move. Gu Qinsha calmly said. There's no rush. I want to wait for the results. What about Chang Weiyang and Do Yu? Xing Qiongshi's eyes drooped. He no longer spoke and fell in a deep thought. Your Highness, this Xing Qiongshi has entered our dimensional world. It's akin to inviting a wolf into the house. A bitter smile appeared on Zhuge Ye's face. They were far away from Xing Qiongshi, discussing on the other side. There's an opportunity amidst danger. Gu Qinsha said, "Of course, this is a great danger, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Besides, the method I proposed is the only chance for Xing Qiongshi to master the Divine Land's grand method to the 100th level. If he doesn't take the initiative to contribute and completely integrate with the Divine Land, he won't be able to break through. What I said is the truth. If Xing Qiongshi really abandons himself to help the Divine Continent, he might really be able to cultivate to an unprecedented realm. It's just a matter of whether he's willing or not. If he's unwilling, he won't gain anything." Wenhong deeply understood this logic. Naturally, Xing Qiongshi definitely has his own selfish motives. He might even have thoughts of taking over the Divine Continent. I can say for sure that he wants to seize your dimensional world, and he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Because no matter how much he cultivates, he would need at least 1,000 years to refine a dimensional world. In fact, he might not even succeed. But time waits for no man. In truth, he's looking for an opportunity. If the Celestial Tranquility Department is surrounded and there's a loophole, he would immediately act from the inside. He would refine the world tree and control the entire dimensional world. Everything you've done would be for him. I naturally know this. We can't let our guard down. Gu Qinsha said, "If it weren't for this, it would have been impossible for me to obtain his complete divine continent grand arts cultivation method. In addition, the truth is that Xing Qiongshi can give me a tremendous pressure in our dimensional world, allowing me to accelerate my transformation. I've decided to use this pressure to quickly reach the 29 transformations and comprehend the realm of primal chaos. Of course, this is easy, but the most difficult part is that I want to perceive divergences. I want to better control the heavenly Tao arts. Now that the king of divergences is here, isn't he the best target for us to observe?" "That's right." Zhuge thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded. Xing Qiongshi is the king of divergences, and he also refined a heaven-defying divergences pill. He wants to turn his subordinates into divergences, and his comprehension of divergences can be said to be unrivaled in the world. While he's in our dimensional world, he's studying our secrets, but we're also studying his secrets and structure. With the king of divergences as a blueprint, it'll be difficult to hide any secrets from us. Like this, our comprehension of divergences will be even deeper. That's what I'm really thinking. Gu Qinsha nodded. He turned to Wenhong, Tai Xian, and Ji Qinwu and explained, "In a way, it's the same as me tricking Xing Qiongshi here to be our experimental subject. What better chance is there than right now? If we can all perceive divergences, then our strength will increase by dozens of times." "You really are a broad-minded person," Tai Xian praised. "Originally, I didn't approve of you luring Xing Qiongshi into our dimensional world. This is the same as placing us in a dangerous situation. But now that you've said it, it's true that riches come from danger. The world is changing, and it's no longer possible for us to develop peacefully. If we don't do something extraordinary, then I fear we'll be eliminated in the future. That's right. Right now, we have to break the rules in everything we do. That's the only way we can stand tall in this world. We've intentionally invited a wolf into our house and pitted our wits against the Xing Qiong clan. We've managed to pry into the secrets of the King of Oddities from him." Ji Qingwu also thought about this. If we're afraid of doing things, even afraid of Xing Qiongshi in our dimensional world, then we'll definitely fall in the future. There's no suspense at all. Actually, Headmaster Chang Weiyang has already thought about this. That's why she gave up everything. He even gave up the great cause of the universe's profound sect just to fight with Douyu. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary giants can have. You see, even the Xing Qiong clan couldn't take a gamble and integrate themselves into the Divine Land. Gu Qinsha said, "In this universe, even existences like the Celestial Lord and Wan Senshi can't completely grasp the future. The future is just a gamble. We have the advantage. At the very least, we will have an endless stream of strength rolling in from within this dimensional realm. Wen Hong said, "The destiny and wish of more than 20 billion people are supporting us at all times. No matter how high Xing Qiangshi's cultivation is, it'll be difficult for him to do anything to us. As our way of ruling a country becomes more exquisite, we'll once again revitalize the destiny of the country and unite the hearts of the people. In front of the power of the people, Xing Qiangshi won't be able to resist. Next, I'll make my move. I'll help the imperial court eat up the Great Wei dynasty. As long as we eat up the Great Wei dynasty, we'll establish an academy and spread the will of the people. Everyone will have the will to mend the heavens and change the heavens. Then, the strength of the entire sphere will increase by tens of times. I want to see how Xing Qiangshi will resist. My battle with Xing Qiangshi will begin. I won't fight him head-on. Instead, I'll use the way of ruling a country to supplement the will of the people to crush him. This is a brilliant battle. I'll use the lives of the people as chess pieces and fate as the board to play a game with him." Chapter 672. Wen Hong had decided to make a move against the Xing Qiang tribe, but he chose another method. He would subjugate the Great Wei dynasty, govern the country, manage the court, and strengthen the fate and cohesion. He felt that as long as he could subjugate the Great Wei dynasty and then use a series of methods to establish a sacrificial system, he would be able to infuse the power of wishes into the dimensional realm of the common people's wish sphere. With this power, he would be able to suppress the Xing Qiang tribe. The Great Wei dynasty had a population of 50 billion, but because it was a feudal system, it was like many vassal states. It was not unified, and the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor did not have much fate. The Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor had always wanted to create a unified dynasty, but even with the power of a sage, he could not do anything. But Wen Hong was different. Although Wen Hong was also a sage, he had the Infinity Cauldron. If they fought, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor would not be his match. The power of the Infinity Cauldron was already above that of the Dragon Zither. Although it was not as good as the immortal slaying god punishing gourd, it was one of the 36 infinity treasures of the Land of Infinity. Within the Land of Infinity, the power of this cauldron was almost limitless, and it could borrow the power of the land itself. In addition, Wen Hong could also use the power of the dimensional realm of the common people's wish sphere. As such, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor was not his match at all. He would move now to suppress this emperor, and then replace him with someone else, starting from the top. Only then could he minimize the losses. Even if he created a unified dynasty, the population would not drop because of the bloody war. The Great Wei dynasty was divided, and it was difficult to unify. The Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor could not do it, but Wen Hong was confident that his governing methods were better than the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor's. This time, he would seize the opportunity to use the Infinity Cauldron to refine the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor and make preparations to raise his own strength. Ever since his fate had been changed by the Heavenly Talisman Emperor, he had enjoyed great fate and was not bound by karma. He already had the capital to transcend. He cultivated bitterly in the dimensional realm of the common people's wish sphere and discussed with many powerhouses. He had also obtained many secret teachings from the Calming Immortal Department, and more recently, he had obtained all the teachings of the Buddha sect. With all these resources, he had obtained the greatest treasure in the world. Just the inheritance of the Buddhist sect, the memories, knowledge, cultivation experience, and cultivation methods of all the Buddhist sect's big shots were things that even the three heavenly venerables did not possess. Wen Hong's realm was higher than Gu Chen's, and his cultivation was even more tyrannical. Gu Chensha had yet to digest all of his memories, but Wen Hong, with the help of the Endless Cauldron, had already completed the brewing process. He fused his spirit into the depths of the Endless Cauldron and then began to brew the knowledge. In the end, he could cook the knowledge from the Endless Cauldron into the most suitable transformation for himself. The best thing about the Infinity Cauldron was that it could cook anything. With a slight movement of his body, he left this place and headed towards the great Might Empire. Xing Qiongshi was still sitting in the center of the dimensional realm beneath the world tree. His eyes were closed, deep in thought. It was unknown just what he was thinking, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He feared that the regal propria in the skies would suppress him. He absolutely wasn't a match for it. He was also taking a risk. Fortune comes from danger. Just as Gu Qinsha had said, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to occupy this dimensional realm and take over its nest. He also knew that Gu Qinsha also wanted to obtain many secrets from him and treat him as a target to comprehend. With his cultivation, how could he not see that Gu Qinsha's comprehension had reached a critical moment? It was very likely that he wanted to comprehend a divergent from him. This was a case of each taking what they needed and each fighting. With Xing Qiangshi's cultivation, it would not be easy for Gu Qinsha to obtain any benefits from him. He would more or less have to pay a price, and Xing Qiangshi was the same. With Gu Qinsha's shrewdness and the power of this dimensional realm, as well as the many big shots of the Celestial Tranquility Department, the Celestial Sect Master was not an existence that could be easily bullied. The relationship between the two was one of cooperation, but also a battle of wits and courage. So the true god position of the gods of the 5 seasons is in Do Yu's hands, and she even confidently said that it was in Xing Qiangshi's hands. She was so cunning and strange that I almost believed her. Gu Qinsha watched as Wen Hong left, but he wasn't too worried. He kept his eyes glued to Xing Qiangshi, observing his every move. This time, he was in close contact with him. Moreover, by relying on the dimensional realm's spying and vibrations, he would be able to see through most of Xing Qiangshi's secrets. Xing Qiangshi, you want to fight with me too? I want to see whether your divine prefecture great arts or my heavenly Tao arts are more powerful. Gu Qinsha's body moved, and he separated a trace of the heavenly Tao arts and was about to enter Xing Qiangshi's body. He could enter the true God position that the Dharma Saint had obtained, and from there, he could see all of the Dharma Saint's memories and secrets. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, he should have some confidence in dealing with Xing Qiangshi. This was the start of the battle of wits and courage against Xing Qiangshi. Back then, when Gu Qinsha had become a warlock saint, his cultivation had been the undying body of the 25th transformation of the Tao realm. Now, he was at the seamless realm of the 27th transformation of the 2 realms. Don't underestimate these 2 realms. There was a world of difference between them. The degree of concentration and the mysterious changes of his Dharma power were already incomparable to before. Since he cultivated the 27 world transformations, his strength had climbed. Common people's commander suppressed the divine prefecture in desolate provinces, such that the evil demons and cultivators didn't dare to act rashly. Luck gathered and the country's luck grew. Even the wish power in the world increased by 30%, and it was still increasing. Common people's commanders' combat strength, divination skills, and ruling ability were all comparable to his saint. His soul power was at True Dragon Technique Stage 5, which was on the same level as Fa Wuxian. Moreover, this was in his own medium-sized world. He secretly used many techniques and felt like he would be able to seep into Xing Qiangshi's body and see the structure of the king of Divergent. Just like that, his soul power was hidden in the world power and seeped into Xing Qiangshi's body. Xing Qiangshi didn't notice at all. Gu Qinsha didn't dare to let his guard down. He didn't continue and just observe from the outside. At that moment, Xing Qiangshi suddenly opened his eyes. The Heaven Path technique is really mysterious. Why don't you continue to look at my secrets? Ha ha! Gu Qinsha laughed out loud. I knew that Xing Qiangshi wasn't simple. As expected from the king of Divergent, even the celestial slaying god, slaying flying knife, can't kill you. My Heaven Path technique is silent and doesn't leave any traces of fate. Even the Dharma Saint couldn't notice it. So how did you notice it today? He wasn't surprised at all, because the current situation was also within his calculations. After all, the Dharma Saint cultivation is too weak. Xing Qiangshi looked at Gu Qinsha. Although we are working together, You actually want to use your heaven path technique to spy on me. Isn't that breaking the agreement? Not all. Gu Chansha said righteously. You are sitting here and you are also spying on the secrets of our medium-sized world. Me spying on your secrets is to learn from each other. So how is that breaking the agreement? Our agreement is to comprehend and communicate with each other. Now, I want to comprehend Divergent and obtain the structure of the king of Divergent in your body. That is only natural. A few years ago, when Gu Chansha saw Xing Qiongshi, it was like a little bug looking at the sun in the sky. He felt like he was completely subdued. But now his cultivation base was gradually improving, and most importantly, he had cultivated his dimensional world. Although he knew that he wasn't a match for giants like the Xingqiong clan and Immortal Master Wan, the gap between them wasn't that great. As long as he reached the divine realm, then with the various transformations of his heavenly Dao magic and the immense power of his dimensional world, it wouldn't be easy for these giants to kill him. At that point, he would have a capital to stand up to them as equals. If he could cultivate to the heavenly sovereign level, he would be able to crush these giants. Of course, the road ahead was still very long. But now, Xing Qiongshi was in a medium-sized world and had the golden plate, so Gu Qinsha wasn't afraid at all. If he was afraid of something like this, then he didn't need to do anything. His main goal in inviting Xing Qiongshi here was to study this person. Even so, if I don't punish you for offending me, you might take the initiative to do something else. Xing Qiongshi's tone was very calm. He didn't get up and continue to sit firmly under the world tree. This made Gu Chensha feel as if he had truly begun to fuse with the world tree. In the future, he would definitely be able to take over Gu Chencha's territory. In reality, Xing Qiongshi really did have the ability to do so. But Gu Chansha was only using the pressure from Xing Qiongshi to spur himself on. The so-called way of governing a country was to make it prosper no matter how difficult it was. The current Yonko was under the pressure of the demon race's invasion, so everyone was working hard. They didn't have any thoughts of splitting up. They all knew that they had to be united. Otherwise, if the devil calamity broke out again, there would be no chance of survival. If there was external pressure, then the country's potential could be unleashed. If there was no pressure, then everyone would be at ease. How are you going to punish me? Gu Qinsha asked. He knew that Xing Qiongshi might act against him. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Xing Qiongshi flicked his finger. Rumble. The entire space between heaven and earth was covered by this finger. Winds and clouds surged within the dimensional world, and murderous energy filled the air. It was as if, in this moment, Gu Chansha was no longer the ruler of this dimensional world, but Xing Qiongshi. This sort of illusion made Gu Chansha believe it to be true. He thought that the dimensional world had been taken away, and that he was being spurned and rejected by the world. Then he saw a finger pressing down on him like a collapsing heavenly pillar. His surroundings were boundless, and he was actually unable to dodge it. In the blink of an eye, this finger covered the entire universe. Everything in the world had nowhere to run or hide. This was Xing Qiongshi's true power, as well as his terrifying cultivation. This was the first time that Gu Chansha had fought with the divine prefecture's number fiercest head-on. Even though he was in his own dimensional world, he still felt helpless. The pressure that Xing Qiongshi gave him wasn't even on the same level as Dou Yu. Kill. As Gu Chansha sensed his aura, the power within his body rose steadily. He had no choice but to use his full strength to deal with Xing Qiongshi's casual finger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.